Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, it's Tuesday. I was like, it's Tuesday? Yeah, but it's Tuesday. I'm like looking at my face tracking because I thought it was weird for a second. All right. I think we're good. I think I'm just messing with it a little too much. All right. And I'm going insane. Insane in the membrane. Hi, Rainer. Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday. No, I didn't forget it was Tuesday. What are you talking about? Smile. Thank you for the cheek pat. Much appreciated. I hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. Hi. I'm just gonna copy what I put over here. Co-working day. I'm really into these TikTok musics. I want to restart the playlist. I'm restarting the playlist. You can't stop me. Twitch promo say is Tuesday. Day's okay. Finally got my PC back after a whole week. Oof. I'm sorry that your PC was having troubles, but I'm glad you have it back now. Now you can play a bunch of games if you wanna. And I hope that if you had work or if you're gonna go to work here soon, that, you know, it's a good day. It's not too much of a pain in the ass. But I'm glad you got your PC back. I always get there's only been a handful of times that I've had to give my PC over to like a tech service. And I don't know why, but I feel like they'll keep finding okay, for full clarity, I don't actually have porn on my computer. But I always feel like they're gonna find it. I always feel like they're gonna find something and I'll be like, wow, that, huh? I'll be like, yeah. I'm so lonely. I keep forgetting that like I have to stay still when I calibrate. Forgot what I was doing. I forgot what I was doing, chat. Oh yeah, okay. So we can take the highlight off of this. We're gonna take the highlight off of this. But we're gonna put on this because I need to do something for that today. Face itches. Whip. And then stream, Twitch promos. Oops, nope. It is going to be our tips. Lonely, I get so lonely. So week made me think of if I should grab a laptop for this type of situations. It's valid, or a tablet. Tablets nowadays can do quite a bit, like similar, like quite a lot, like comparatively. So yeah, if it's kind of like detrimental that you have it, I would say you should probably invest. Because I feel like tablets and laptops have been getting a lot better, or like just they're more like they're nice. They're nice. I have a Samsung tablet, and it's very nice. Thank you for that, Pat Pixels. Welcome on in. And I like that bad boy, the good boy. Let's see. This would actually go up here because this will be for next Monday. And then edit dates. This will be next Wednesday. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So I got accepted for this game, Bugtopia. I asked for a key and they accepted me. It's a cute little terrarium game. And you could have bugs. You could have little isopods and shit. And I'm excited. They let me have a key. They gave me a key. I think their demo is out. But it's like a super cute, just little terrarium thing where you could like, it's so cute. I love it a lot. I kept seeing it on little squish bugs. Actually, I want to join the Discord. How do you do it? I don't know. Disco. Oh, it's out. Oh, it's a demo. But it is out. You can play the demo. Oh, there is a demo in. Okay, yeah, I got a key for the game though. It's like super cute though. And it's like a little, I think it's like a little idle game. And you just put it on in the background. 300 plus lifelike bugs to collect, grow, breed them to unlock rare species, customize your terrarium with 300 plus landscaping items and 70 plus backgrounds. Yeah! Yeah! I like it. I like it. And so I'm really glad I got a key. I got a key. So I'm really happy. I saw it when I was like looking at their like new, when I was looking at like the new releases and stuff. I was like, oh, that game's on here. I've been following that on TikTok. And then they gave me a key and I feel cool. I feel cool. Oh, it's so quiet. A little guy. Pop music. Talk about. That's wrong. Cool game. Yeah, it's a very cool game. I think I've just been very into dancey music lately because like a lot of these songs that I've been like liking and adding to my Spotify playlist are songs that have like dance trends with them. And I think that's pretty cool. Hi Rhino, happy Tuesday. How you doing, buddy? Oh my god. I died. I take my meds. And I got new Minecraft skin, guys. Wait, I want to show you guys my Minecraft. Look at my Minecraft skin. This was the photo. This was the screenshot taken from the artist. Look, isn't it cute? I like it. I think it looks cute. Hello, Rhino. How are you doing today? I went from taking 2 pills to 3 pills to 4 pills, guys. I cry. Sorry, I just smacked my microphone with my water cup. I'm very excited. I should apply that. Let me apply that really quick. You look like you got caught doing something you shouldn't. What do you mean? I didn't do nothing. Hi, Kiwi. Happy Tuesday. How was your work meeting? How was your work meeting? Where's the...
Burb.
Burb. Burb? Borb? A borb? What's borb? Where'd the file go? What the fuck? Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Oh, it's right there. It's just so tiny. I didn't see it. You're trying to remember my schedule? I remember everybody's schedule. I remember everybody's schedule. I know Wacky has D&D on Mondays. You have work meetings on Tuesdays that you get out of. Vex doesn't have work on Mondays normally. If you guys mention things like that, I remember them. I'm your coworker. I'm supposed to. I'm your digital coworker. Like, literally. How am I not supposed to remember that kind of stuff? Work, little sister. Exactly. I'm I'm the reason that you have fun throughout the day, you know? My stalkers are online now too. Your stalkers were always Pixels. Pixels. What the fuck? Of course I stalk you. I live with you. I want to change my Minecraft skin. Oh shit. I live in your walls. I live in your walls. I can smell you. I can smell ya. You smell stinky. But did I download everything? Did I download everything? Did I really? 24th? Yeah, I did. Oh. Whoa. I didn't expect that from you. Hold on. Bloop, bloop. Okay, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. No. Oh, I don't like this. Okay, hold on. Blackout dice. Missive. Oh shit. Really rough. Is it possible good news from the meeting, by the way? The new COO wants to change our bonus structure, and it looks like it might go back to an easy extra $650 a month. Nice! Fuck yeah! I'm really happy for you. More money, less problems. I forgot what I was doing. Say that I should settle down, but I don't wanna. Cantissimo. Cantissimo. Wonder give a fuck. Cantissimo. Ooh, fuck, that's money. That is money. That's good money. It's if you were to save that money, you'd have 1K in 2 months. It's a good amount of money. Oh shit, I forgot. Say your love is a way of life. Nobody hurt my shine. Say that I should settle down, but I don't wanna. Cantissimo. 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 When you are. I don't give a fuck. Oh. There you go. Cantissimo. Cantissimo. Precious. Yeah, get that bag, Kiwi. Get that bag. Your success is our success. Do what I want and I do what I like. I live the American dream and it sets me free, so I celebrate night. Ah! I just want to change my Minecraft skin. I don't remember. How to change Minecraft skin in Minecraft. Do I have to do it in the launcher? I think you have to do it in the launcher. Fuck. Hell yeah, Kiwi. Do it. I wish I was making $650 a month. That'd be nice. It's like my rent. Hey, hold on, I need to sign into this. I wanted you so badly. Anything you ask, move. But sadly, didn't give up when you had me. So I guess you fumbled the bag. No, I'm not coming back. No, I'm not coming back. Alright, settings. I can't. Nope. It's getting there. What the fuck? Painted farmer. Oh, badly on anything to make you happy. What a family. Does it matter? If you fumble the bag, I what you have it now. I have a pan? Oh, it's a pancake! I don't want a cake. Save and use. Badly. Anything you want. Okay, and now I think I can just do this. What you had to what you don't deserve me? But you fumbled the bag. Oh, I love Indico. Good song choice. I don't know why I keep launching. I don't have to launch it after. No, I'm not coming back. No, I'm not coming back. Bam, 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 bam. It is. I forgot what day is it. What day this is referencing. The 20th. Go. One of the greatest that is a value that it is a promise. It's from being real and just being honest. Value giving no power. Just lay the work will be ours. Synchronization. But there are a lot of people above me. People I love, cause then I get scary, then I get ugly, yeah. Ain't no problem, cause I'm the equation. Pleasant, motive, observation. Lurk breaks over, back to the grind. Good luck with the grind. Make that bag, Kiwi. We love you. We love you so much. Thank you for giving us an amazing song to send you out on. Oh, no, that's fine. Next. Publish. Cool, that's uploaded. The greatest thing about you, that is a promise. Just being honest. Alright, this guy's uploaded. The greatest thing about you, that is a promise. That is a promise. Oh, I don't need the... I need that for this. Wrong video. Each one. Oops. Is there art? I wonder if I can add them. Did someone say Eldritch Horror? I did! Would you still care for me? Would you still be my mod if I was an Eldritch Horror? Screen is so bright. ask you. Part of me feels like I should be wearing my glasses, and I don't know why. I think it's just because it's so bright that it's giving me like eye strain a little bit. Yeah. I will commit atrocities for. Oh shucks, Evie. I'm glad. Good to know. Good to know that if I were to ever pivot my looks to have an Eldritch Horror theme, you guys would still care. Because I know that for some VTubers, there are, like, they'll pivot their content to make it maybe something more serious, and then people just don't care. So I guess in an alternate way, it's nice. It's nice. It's a vibe check. It's a vibe check. I'm checking you guys. Where you came from, I will not ask you, neither should you. Honey, just put your sweet lips on my lips. Spelled definitely wrong in all the forms. I don't know how to spell. Slow down the video and also make sure the transition is the same. Just put your sweet search in folder. This one, select folder. No, I wanted it still open. It's okay. Oh, continue skip. Okay. Like this one, and then. Eldritch Horror? You mean peak? I do mean peak. I do. Hi, how's your day, Vexed? Let's see, normal. Let's do the green one. That's what I was missing. Okay, cool. Anything. I can begin again. Anything. Roughness, metallic. Again. I can do anything. Window image. What happened to your life? There's a done for quarantine zone if you needed a game to play. What's that one? I got Bugtopia. I got a key for Bugtopia, which is an idle game where you can play. You can collect the bugs. I got a key for that game, but I do want to try Quarantine Zone. I see a Bugtopia. You can decorate your terrarium and you can collect all the bugs. Okay, back to work. Have a great time at work. Vex will be here for when you have more breaks or when you're done. We'll miss you very much. Quarantine Zone. Add to wish list. Damn! That's crazy. That's crazy. My life, what happened to your life? What happened to your life? That's all prepped up. That's uploading. Okay. And then this is already taken care of, so I could just vibes. Can't you say I took away the vibe? Can't you say I took away the vibe? Here I fall. Here I fall. Here I fall. Oh my life. What happened to your life? What happened to your life? I just want to see how it looks, I think. My new skin, I want to see how it looks. Ow, my eyeball. To your life. What happened to your life? Waiting for it to load. I can do other stuff though. Anything. Put this in my Minecraft folder. I don't know what this song is, but I like it. Oh, let's go here. Oh shit! Oh shit! We're starting with Nickelback? Oh shit, wait, that was a song that you requested. Oh no. Wait, no. My people died. Sorry. Oh, do I have the thing that makes my skin look 3D? We do. Huh. Huh. My hand looks a little weird, huh? Oh. Huh. It's actually kind of cool, though. It's actually kind of cool, actually. Cool. Okay. Oh, my neck. Alright, let me fix this. Oh, shit. I think this one is the one. I think that's... Why would that change it? Actually, I could do it like this. Take that. Like this. the same. Hello, Raiders! Hello! Hi. Welcome on in. Kieran, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my god, I'm not following you. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Welcome on in. How is stream? How is everybody doing? For those of you who are new here, I am Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. Did you have a good stream? Did you guys have fun? What'd you guys get up to? And if you are a chatter, feel free to tell me how your day's going. Or if you had a meal, how was your meal? Errol, Kieran, if you do, though, have to take care of yourself, feel free to get yourself refreshments, water. Don't forget to rest, because streaming can take it out of you. Otherwise, feel free to hang out as I, do some silly stuff. It was good. Some Sniper Elite with Rusty and ended with a few Rocket League matches. Very well rounded. I like it. I hope you had fun. But it was a good time. I'm currently just looking at fixing up this dice render really quick so that way kind of looks good in this context. And I also think I'm gonna, where's the project settings? Project settings, there you go. There we go, 1080. Save. There we go. Why is that kind of bad? I did that. I think it's because it's still loading. Push my fingers into my eyes. I will BRB kitten feed time. No problem. Sounds good. I hope the kitties have a yum. Yum. I can't have a big cat eat the little one's food. Understandable. No, you cannot. I guess we should just keep it on paint on. I just didn't like how this ending was. I feel like a slide might be better. Whoop. Nope. Hi, Oso. How you doing? No, that was wrong as well. Wipe, edge wipe. Yeah, there we go. And then if we could just angle it at a, angle it at a 45-degree angle. Border, angle, feather. There we go. I'm vibing, finishing on some work. How's you? I'm good. I just kind of got started with my day. That's better. Ease in and ease out, though. Ease in. I kind of like that. So we'll do edge wipe for this one as well. The only thing slowly stops the end. 270. And then ease in. There we go. Hell yeah, what you doing today? I am making a little dice transition for a marketing render for Enshrined, and then I'll be working on video editing and then some other art things today as well. I believe that is my plan. I have to mark this so I remember for my invoice at the end of the month. Hopefully we can do some video games or some live 2D editing, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Wednesday. You got quite the day, I see. I do. I've had kind of a busy last few days, actually, to be honest. But yeah, it's okay. I want this to be an MP4 though. Not Not MP4. Okay. To save, add to render queue. Hopefully this doesn't break my computer. Okay, I didn't think so. It was like so short. On the world to ease my troubled mind. I keep forgetting where I put it. Go to the dark side of the moon. Alrighty, save that. And then I think we're gonna do it V highlight, vibe and shine, and then art tips. I think it is my plan for all of it, and then we'll go from there. Kryptonite. Okay, my brain is working. Okay. The highlight first. Me strong, you'd called me weak. Okay, my phone's that cool. I feel like I'm not like sitting up fully. Humble down, bumped your head. If not for me, then you'd be dead. Take you back on solid ground. I don't know why, but I feel like I need to wear my glasses. But like, I don't have my glasses, so it's whatever, I guess. I'm mine. Alright, we're just gonna scoot these over. Okie dokie. And then we're just gonna shrink this. Shrink this up a bit. And then we're gonna do the subtitles. Okay. You be there holding my hand. My superhuman. Will you be there holding my hand? You're by my side with my superhuman, my kryptonite. Did I just say vortex instead of virus vortex? Vortex virus? Oops. And tattooed ends. Oh, don't you drown in the rainstorm. Which regrets, vodka salts. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted. Make them. I have to dance. Break it to you easy. This is hell. This is hell. This is hell, yes. Live in hell. Oops, I wrote that as 23. Let's never meet again. We don't have to talk. We don't have to dance. We don't have to dance. We don't have to talk, we don't have to dance, we don't have to smile, we don't have to make friends. It's so nice to meet you, let's never meet again. You don't have to talk, we don't have to dance, we don't have to dance. Right, there we go. Go up here. So if I did customizable. That's a ton of variety and hairstyles. Ooh. Oh, my face itches. That's what I thought. Okay. You and me. I am. Oh my god, I can't type. By you, I wanna make you move. If your body matches what your eyes can do, by you, on my way to you. This way home. It might really means more. I'm still imagining the place I was. Ooh, I went too far in the way. I think I went a little too hard on that. Hi, Sunny. Thank you for the head pat. It's kind of abrupt, but I think that's okay. Hi. How's work going? Good. It's going good. I am just getting the example. Words are happening. The example subtitles. There we go. Subtitles in. 389. Thanks for the follow. Of course. I'm so sorry that I didn't get that sooner. I thought I did. So that's my bad. My bad. Please forgive me. I missed it during stream. Just got the mail for it. No, I think What did I just read out to you? What did I just read out to you? You read it out to me? You read it out to me, but I don't remember. I have very small brain cell currently. My cheek feels weird. Oh. Yeah, no, I followed after you raided because I thought I already followed you when the first time you raided me, but I don't know. Maybe I'm at my follow cap. Because if you hit your follow cap, which is like 200 people on Twitch, it'll start unfollowing people. But I think they're stupid. Do this one first. Oh, this one. Yeah, I'm doing something like topic. Topic. Okay, what is the 78? Yeah, okay, something's up with that. Let's do 456 then. What is it in this video? Yeah, it's like at my ear. It's like at my ear. It's like right here. So 405. 405. Okay. Clean. You are. There you go. Five, 6, 7, 8. Oh shit, not 200. Just 110. I like. Wait, is it doing it the whole time? I think I like that. It's like. Okay, I have to scoot the clip over a little bit. I'm not fixing. I just sent someone a message and I refuse to fix my grammatical errors. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, also, okay, so wait, go back to the mall dummy one. Okay, so also should be like here. So 417. Oh, the size is different though. 65. we'll see. Talent. We want to talk about their talent. I'll do this one. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Day. Oh! I clicked something, I don't know what it does. 5, 6, 7, 8. Thank you for the song request. Stew, crop, softness. Oh, the other one. Ooh, shit. Change of pace, but I like it. Oh, it's this song! Man, biggest downside of my name is that I get confused with the word also. So I think people call me all the time when they don't. Ah, that's valid. That's why I call you Soviet, though. Well, I don't think that's how Soviet. I don't think I'm saying that word right. But Oso is cute. Oso's a cute name, though. My nickname in high school. That's cute. I love this song. This is a good song. I like like war band chants. It's like one of my favorites. My face is so warm and I'm like confused because I have like 2 fucking fans on, but my face is like melting. I'm like confused. How can I have 2 fans on yet my face is melting but my body is cold? Hi, Gabo! How you doing? I hope you're having a great motherfucking day. We do position read time effects as well. Retain. Oops. Like, yes, I do. Yes, warband chants are really cool. They are. Ooh, this is not. Wait, which one didn't have? You all have it, right? Yeah. What the heck? What the helly? What the hellia? So different voice styles combined. Yeah, yeah. I like a good chant. Also, oh, you know what? Hold on, I have to move my face tracking again. Because I think I found a new problem with how I set it up. Siri, go the fuck away. Nobody asked you to be here, bro. Okay. So when I use my right hand, it fucks up the face tracking. Okay, and then okay. I think that's okay. Okay, hold on. I'm moving this little I have like this little marking tape on my desk to mark where my face tracking is supposed to be. So I keep forgetting. Not really a chant, but still enjoyable. Hey, I am an all music kind of gal, so I'm down for whatever. What did I do? Oh. Does Column have a version of this? Where is it? It's an older playlist that he has. I love songs like this. Oh my god, is it this old? Oh my god, wait, we had to listen to this. Oh my god, this one's actually really good. I gotta put you on Colmar McGinnis, dude. I love Colmar McGinnis. Yeah. Then we'll do this one. Then I gotta resize Spotify because I fucked it up. Fuck. Okay, I fixed it. Oh. Let's do videos. Just want another like chatting one. Do they not have? Because they have a new model. Like the model that they currently use is different. It doesn't have. It's a red and black eye, not a red and blue eye. So kind of want. Hi, Silva Mandrake. How you doing today? How's your Tuesday? Doing all right, just building a parasite army. Hell yeah, I believe in you. I hope it's going well. First I went terribly. They killed off my factories. How dare they? How dare they? Eat them. Eat them! I want to do like this section. think actually I might slow this change speed to 100. Your time is wrong. Okay, so I need a different thing to go here. No, I don't want this one. I want the slower one. I had to cue. There we go. Hi, Shadow! Thank you for the head pat. Hi! Hi! Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great. Having a pretty good day. Being pretty productive though. I just put both my headsets on because I want to listen to the music entirely. But I hope you're having a great day, Shadow, and I hope if you had work today that it went well. Are we playing Lethal? Lane hates me. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I went back and I played it. Please, Vex. Please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please. Oh shit! Wait, I did that. Please. Are we playing Lethal this Friday? Oh no, please, Vex. Please. Forgive me. Forgive me! How could you not forgive me with an Irish folk song playing? Please. Please. I'm sorry. I went back. I played it. Moon said something about playing though. Okay. We're good? Okay. I just had to make sure. I don't want you to hate me. I love you. I don't want people I love to hate me. Why did I come back to crying? Because Vexed. I accidentally skipped Vexed song because I didn't realize it was the song that they requested. And I went back and I played it, but they saw that I skipped it. But I went back and I played it. I didn't want them to be mad at me. It's a song request, not a demand. I wouldn't have cared if you skipped it. Still, I mean, I like hearing them at least. I just asked. I didn't hear anything about it. Granted, our last session, I wasn't there the whole time. That's valid. Yeah, it was at the end when they were like already done that Moon said we were gonna play this Friday. Oh, so I don't! Rhino, you stop that! You stop that, mister! I'm gonna eat you. I'll eat you. Oh, road, the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, yo. Was a where hole, rattling hole. Valley-o, oh, roll the rattling bog down. Valley-o, oh, roll the rattling bog down in the valley-o. Was a tree, a rare tree, a rattling tree. Rolling hole in the trunk and bog down in the valley-o. Oh, the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley-o. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the rock down in the valley-o. In the tree, in the brown, and hole in the trunk, and the rock down in the valley-o. Oh, the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley-o. Oh no, the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley-o. The front to us, a limb. And hole, and bog, and hole right in the valley-o. Down in the valley-o. Whoa, the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley-o. I swear to God, Rhino, if you keep making shit up and vex things I hate, I'm gonna eat you. One more day of work, then a long weekend. I need weekend. I believe. I will pray for your long weekend and that it is rejuvenating. Speaking of rejuvenating, I painted my nails. I painted my nails this really pretty navy blue. Hollow taco. I think it's just navy blue. It's I forgot what it's called. They have like fun names. Navy. Shady navy. I painted them like this. So my nails aren't that short. They're like in the middle. I'd say they're like this. My nails look like this now. And I feel pretty. I feel pretty. Rattling bird, the bird, and the egg, and the bag, and the bird, and the bird, and the egg, and the nest, and the leg, and the name, and the arm. Vlog. You have here an aesthetic pink B. I have no experience with painting nails. That's valid. I just wanted you guys to see the pretty color. Dang, I wish I could paint my nails. It's super gender affirming because I work at a restaurant. Oh, can you not? Sorry. Can you not? Can you not paint your nails? Oh, that's so unfortunate. I mean, I guess you could do like press-ons on the weekends. New places so all the so thick. For take on mixed drink. I'm to my drink of we'll leave the machine. Nature, the best thing in nature. Yes, I want this one too. It's because they thought that bacteria could get trapped, but it was Vestusian law still there though. Damn. Yeah, I was gonna say it like I feel like you could paint your nails and then just wear gloves, you know? I don't know. A friend of mine used to work at a restaurant. He has a few tattoos. Old couple comes in and refused to be served by a friend and wants to see it. People complaining about tattoos in the good Lord's year of 2025 is fucking insane to me at this point. Like, why? Why? Out of all the things that a person could have on them, like, why tattoos at this point? Unless it's, like, literally a swastika, bro. Get over yourself. I mean, come on. That's my opinion, at least. So Frank calls a manager who both arms. That's crazy. I love it. I love it. I'm glad they were both. They both had it. Nature, the best thing in nature. Forsaking your sorrows and faints and your joys. The best thing in nature, something in your sorrows. They walked out. That's crazy. Did they at least pay for their meal, or was it like before they could? Well, I guess it would have been before they paid for their meal because they refused to have their service, right? So I would presume that it was before they even had to pay. So I got a few, but they're only visible when I'm at a pool or anywhere else without a shirt. Yeah, it's valid. I want tattoos, but I'm a pussy. I want tattoos, but I'm a pussy. And also I'm poor, but I will get some when I have money. Boy. Alright, we need music. Nope. I just don't know what tats to get. That's a mood. That's a mood because, like, what if I get a tattoo and then, like, I'm like, I want a different tattoo there. I'm fucked. Been wanting that for years. Hell yeah, I love sleeves. Sleeves are cool as fuck. My, one of my favorite streamers has a sleeve. Uber Hacks or Nova. Tattoos. I don't know if there's gonna be a clear picture of it. Something in the house breaks down. But every time, oh shit. Yeah, that's valid. That's the unfortunate part of being an adult. That's not Nova, I don't think. Yeah, this is Uber Hacks or Nova. This is like his tattoos. I love his fucking tattoos. Like they're just so nice. I love them. I like sleeves. Also, I can't constantly wear gloves because they reduce the tactile sensation and the thermoception, which are that's valid. I want to sleeve, but I will be all. But it would all be piece by piece. That's valid. Sleeves are expensive. My an old friend of mine wanted to get a sleeve done, but I don't think they ever got it done because it was so expensive. Made you run like hell away from the Saturday for now. Hold on, I can't hear anything. I can't think. This is extremely loud. Cool. To BH, I got contests for Tuesday. Oh, you're gonna do one on each? One on each? Mine would be all the elements for my favorite video games over all over my left arm. That'd be cool. I think my sister has like video game ones. I think most of them are like Legend of Zelda ones. I want one on my forearm that's like a sword on my left arm. And then I want one on my ankle that's flowers. But one for sure, that's valid. But yeah, I think I want one on my forearm. And then I kind of want one on my thigh for when I have kids. Because no matter what happens between me and my kids, even if they become rat bastards, they're my kids, so. Like, it'll probably be like the dates that they were born or some mom shit like that. Invite me like a man. Why fell you on medicine? My main piece is the Master Sword on my forearm. That'd be cool. I want like medieval tattoos. The biggest one I have is the left side of my rib cage. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. I think my sister has like an ankle one, a wrist one, and a forearm one. I have none. So I'm a pussy. Bushido style tattoo with 2 katanas. Oh, that's fucking sick. I'm thinking about getting the outline of the Great Lakes because I'm cartoonishly patriotic for my state. Michigan! I had one of my favorite math teachers was from Michigan. Yeah, one of my favorite math teachers was from Michigan, and I loved her a lot. She really got me into math. Would she kind of be disappointing now? Maybe, but she was really nice. My sisters want to get sibling tattoos, and it's all gonna be dinosaurs. That's cute! I don't know if me and my sister would ever get, like, tattoos like that. We're not that close. Oh! Okay, getting back into Minecraft now. Cute. Yeah, that's cute. I remember literally the first time I went to a tattoo parlor, I was in college. It was my first day of college because I had a day before my classes started. And it was the first day I was alone. And I had made a friend and his name was Ira. I love him. He does a really good Kermit the Frog impression. And there's 5 of us. That's crazy. That's gonna be like you fucking Land Before Time on your body. But that's really cool though. The first day it was just me and my friend Ira, and my friend Ira looked at me in the face and was like, I want to go get a tattoo. And I was like, okay. He's like, I'm just gonna call my parents really quick and tell them I'm getting a tattoo. You're coming with me, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'll be there for emotions. He's like, perfect. Calls his parents. He's like, hey, I'm gonna get a tattoo. Okay, bye. And he just hangs up. And I was like, and then we find just the first tattoo parlor we could find. We go and we're like, bro, we want a boat on a lake. And they did the sketch. They got it done the same day. And I'm like, am I about to become the bad decision friend? Because it was very spontaneous. It wasn't like, oh, I've thought about this for a while. It was just like, I want a tattoo inspired by my grandfather. We're gonna get it done right now. Bam, we did it. And I was like, okay. I'm probably gonna have this rant again, but visit Michigan. We need tourists, and this state is so fucking awesome and pretty good. Hey, I like lakes and hiking and camping, so I wouldn't be surprised if I visit Michigan sometime. And I'll definitely hit you up if I do. Arrows. My little bandana. But are you from Michigan? Is that what that's about? Are you from Michigan? I really need to reopen Minecraft. For the 50th fucking time. I should have just took a screenshot. I don't know why I didn't. I want to go back in my VOD to get it. I have one older sister. She could pretty much do whatever she wanted. Me, however, not so much. So when I was in my rebel teen phase, I at one point told my dad, a friend of mine was gonna paint my hair. He was like, whatever, dude. That's crazy. My mom helped me a lot with my hair. I was surprised but didn't complain. I mean, that's a nice thing, right? That they didn't push back. Not for Michigan. Oh, I'm in the state below. I don't know what state that is. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know the U.S. states. I love Michigan. I love my home state. Rah! I'm so glad. I'm glad you like it. I love Oregon. Hi, Gore. I love Oregon. I'm not from Oregon, but I love Oregon. Woo! I love Oregon. Went up to my friend. She bleached my hair, then painted it. Sides were black with. Dude, that's fucking sick. That's fucking sick. I hate my state. I'll trade anyone. That's crazy. Just move a state down. It'll be great. You have free healthcare. It's awesome. Home state is Ohio. Ohio. You could get cold ones. Bro, grog is sold in your state. Let me know how grog is. Oh, shit. Okay. I don't live in California, Gore. I live in Oregon, Gore. He went off. That's crazy, but he said, well, you do whatever you want, though. You better not say Ohio or I'll kill you. That's crazy. No, don't fight. Don't fight. It's okay. Is that below me? It is below you. If I have my guesstimations right, Oregon is below you. That's why Boffy has mentioned that I could come get you. Because we live actually close to each other. I'm not one of those fans. Yeah, Shadow is more of a patriotic video game than a patriotic state person, I feel like. Try going to Nebraska and the rumor is true, there's nothing there. There's more corn than people. That's vexed. That's true. My grandmother is actually from Nebraska. My grandmother on my dad's side. So, but I like Nebraska. It's got a lot of farmland, but I do like it personally. Idea I had between work, can we get a Snapchat dog filler but a cow snoot? You want? Hold on. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. I can think about it. I'll write it down. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, it should just be. I gotta do other. Oh, what the fuck? Ohio is okay. I had my last Paps Tuesday. I'm free of the claw. However, I'm gonna head off for the night. Have an amazing rest of the stream, and I shall catch you next. Good night, everyone. Good night, Karen. We love you. Sleep well. We love you so much. Mwah. Sleep well. Probably be here when you wake up, to be honest. The claw. It is just okay. It has 4 cities, and the rest is farmland. That's how it is a lot in the Midwest, ain't it? That's Midwest, isn't it? But I have like my sutures aren't healed though, so I gotta be careful. Yes, be very careful. I don't want you to get hurt. Skin thingy. Depends on what you're looking for them. Looking at for them. I mean, yeah, I mean, it depends a lot, right? Because, like, if you can drive, living in a place where, like, that's just, like, very rural is kind of like whatever. They're like 6 bloods for me. I need meat. We're cooking stew. Yum, yum, stew. Yum. Michigan has 2. See, I love water. I love lakes. I love lakes. You give me a place where I can go fishing, I'll be happy. And Detroit. I've never been to Detroit. But I thought the phrase goes, you can't, this is why you, can't have shit in Detroit. Is there a Detroit in New York? I thought Detroit was in New York. Yeah, I thought it was in New York. Be so for real, I didn't know Michigan was a state. I thought it was a city. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's the glove. It's the glove place. For medical, Ohio has one of the top cities for Cincinnati for research. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. I like Oregon because I get free health care. Like, my medication that cost me an arm and a leg, well, not really. It's like $60, I think. Cost me nothing. Cost me nothing because the government pays for it. Detroit is in Michigan. Glove hamburger helper? Detroit is great, goddammit. I believe you. Detroit is in Michigan. Oh, okay. I thought it was in New York. Wait, why is there the phrase can't have shit in Detroit? Upstate medical. Hell yeah. By the way, everyone also remembers the glove, but not the second part of it. What's the second part of it? I can't spell sever. God damn it. We're the oldest. Oh, I love aquariums. I love aquariums. Also, Michigan. Yeah, see, it's like a glove. It's the glove. I think you guys also have grog. Can you guys try grog for me? It's an alcoholic drink made by Coldwoods. Is was the second part? Oh yeah, this part, this little upper part. Yeah, an oven mitt. It's a little glove. Oh, I was about to play my. I was about to play my. God damn it! It was science and magic. Has talent like you wouldn't believe. Officially known as Volvo. It's a big butt out, but I'm not. I might be a not okay because what? Are you okay, Gore? What are you talking about? So, to hang out with, whether it's playing a game or yapping while they make art. They're currently creating a customizable model that has a ton of variety in hairstyles. So be on the lookout. This is what we'll post regularly on their social. And to check them out, drop them a follow. Cool. I mean, I'm actually not okay. It's why I'm watching you stream so I can feel better. Oh, I'm sorry, love. I'm sorry that you don't feel great. But you can hang out with me and we can have comfy cozy vibes. My neck can get stiff and I can cry. This one. Proud. Never gonna be good enough for you. Detroit in the 70s, 80s was really bad, but it's great now. However, a lot of people, particularly racist, perpetuate that lie that Detroit is still unsafe. The only thing I know about Detroit is the phrase, can't have shit in Detroit. What is the phrase, can't have shit in Detroit from? So I've never heard that. I know it, but I don't know what it's about. The humorous catchphrase used in memes of certain object damage. Oh, because the unsafe. Oh, okay. That's valid. I always say can't have shit. Like when something bad happens to me, I'm like, can't have shit. Woman doctor was mean to me. Damn, eat them. Eat them for their blood. Easy. My hero. I forgot to switch all these. I forgot to switch all these. Fuck. Not to make it, I just wanna make you proud. Ever gonna be good enough for you? I don't know, I think I won because I farted, so get fucked, doctor. That's valid. Can't argue against that one. I'm regret though, wish I didn't. Don't regret it. Be happy that it was out, not in. Perfect. Oh, it's us too late. We go back. I'm sorry, I can't be perfect. Nothing's gonna do the things that you say. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, I keep doing it wrong. I'm bad at this. Nope. There we go. I want this picture. Okay, but like imagine your shift ending and you get farted on in the face because I'd be kind of I wouldn't care. If I was legitimately a nurse, I would not care. Because like what as a nurse, what the fuck am I gonna do? It's a human bodily function. And like even if you meant it, again, what the fuck am I gonna do? Tell you to shove it back up there? Like there's nothing I can do. If you farted on me, you farted on me. It's out in the air now. I can't like you can't just take it back. I'd probably just be like, oh, okay. Like, that's fine. Should like shove the tool up my ass. I doubt that they cared. They probably just didn't care. If anything, probably didn't even realize it. They probably seen worse, to be fair. No breathing, don't give a fuck if I cut my arm bleeding. The pieces. It's hard. I'm losing my sight, losing my mind. Wish somebody would tell me I'm fine. Losing my sight, losing my mind. Wish somebody would tell me I'm fine. Alright, now I gotta relaunch that so I can fix my Minecraft skin. What's into this? Let's do it then. Hi. Actually, replace. What am I lost from another? I lost from another level. Losing my sight, losing my mind. Wish somebody would. By the way, I think we are trying for. Okay. I will be there. If we are doing lethal this Friday, I will be there. I promise. I promise. I'm running and I'm crying. I'm crying. I'm crying. I'm crying. I want this image work. I don't know the time. Moon said 6 p.m. PST. But you guys just let me know whenever you're getting started and I'll be there. Come on, bleeding. It be right. Light passes us to a night. Vision on sight. I'm losing my sight, losing my mind. Wish somebody would tell me I'm fine. Losing my sight, losing my mind. Wish somebody would tell me I'm fine. Alright, nothing is fine. I'm running and I'm crying. Yeah, I got to meet a friend. Oh, I don't know if we're friends, but I hope we could be friends. And they made me a Minecraft skin. Look at that skin. Yeah, I had to ask them to fix something because my Minecraft server has this mod that I totally forgot that it has, where it makes all Minecraft skins 3D, so it bridges the second and the first and second layer. God, they do not mean you. I could have been building up Trans Town. Is that what you're calling your little village? I don't know what the song is. What's this song? I like it. I like it. I'll have to find your waystone so that way I could teleport to it. And feel free to use whatever you want in the Milk Club. Fancy. I like how Minecraft skins look like yours. It's cute. Yeah. Ghostbuster, I guess I'll call them. Ghostbuster made it for me. It's super cute. And they showed it to me with Tepig. And it makes me think I want the Pokemon mod. Look at Tepig. Tepig is so cute. So I kind of, I might try it. I might try it. I made an oopsie. This was the wrong file. This is the wrong file. I was like, where the fuck is the file? I love Tepig. Yeah, they asked me what my favorite Pokemon starter was, and they showed me that, and I was like, cry. I love. The chords after work tonight. Thank you. It came out so cute. It did. Because, hold on, let me show you. My last Minecraft skins were open link. I did this in a really jank way, but where this one was based off of my VTuber. And then I had this one, which was just me, like, kit bashing. Like, I kit bashed the face, the hair, and stuff together. And then I had this one, which is based off of one of my other outfits. And then and then Ghostbuster made that one. I was like, God damn. Look at that. It's so cute. I love it. I like that they got like the little cow and all the paint. Like, that's really cool to me. I would have never. I get too lost. I get too lost in like all the pixels. They're just too much. They're too much. Detailed as fuck. I know I like it. This one. That one doesn't work. Okay. Downloads. Serotonin. This one. I don't know who that is. I love this song. I didn't mean to click on Minecraft. It might crash now. Fuck. Take the music off of this. All my time, half the time crying again. Lie, that's a lie with me. Was it all pretend in my head? Fuck. Ah, fuck. Oh, something really random happened today? Tell me about it. What happened? Fuck. I need a copycat slab. I didn't grab it. There we go. Get me out of here. Get me out of this mode. I did a post on Twitter like anyone would, and the person saying I'm cute and followed me. That's cute. That's cool. I'm glad that they did that, because you are cute. I have to fix my stairs. Hold on. I'm just gonna fix this really quick. What do you mean the audacity? Isn't it a good thing? Why are you upset about it? You are cute. What's happening? Stairs. So whenever had a DM like that, that's valid. I would also be like, oh, that's really random. But it's cute. You are cute. I feel like one of those e-girls. Yeah, maybe you're just cute. Going to not maybe you want to fix? Yeah, there you go. Okay, we're fixed now. I forget that I can't play Minecraft. I can't play Minecraft when I'm video editing because my computer can't handle it. Which is valid. I mean, I'm running a fucking shadered game. The funniest lag I heard was motherfucker. 1984. Why do you keep putting 1984? Am I missing something? What's 1984? The bite? Is it the bite of 84? How is the bite of 85? Everyone refresh. It won't. The refreshing won't fix it. It's just you have to wait. The only one person I ever seen like this, I just actually crashed. Oh yeah. I put it whatever. Valid. Yeah, no, I push my computer to its max. I am very mean. I am unfortunately very mean to my computer. Cause I max out my shit. Especially when I'm editing stuff. It's a reference to the book 1984. Okay. Yeah, I don't feel like you're gonna see a lot of people on Twitch video editing and playing Minecraft. So it's a fun part. Fun part of hanging out with me. The man that you don't understand. I've been shy 65. Yes, I can. Take my time for time. I'm trying to hold on your hand. Second. You. I love this song. Mine is infested with bugs. Just like falling in love. This butch makes me feel weak in the knees. I can win. Soon she will think I am weak. Tomorrow I dig through the garbage. I will fish out all kinds of neat trash. When we go back to my apartment, she'll probably kick my fucking ass. This butch makes me go weak in the knees. And let her see me. Garage, it makes you fall in love with me. The sun is gone. Go, just sit so nervously. And real low, hoping she'll lean into me. You just laugh, 'cause what was that? I take ourselves seriously. I need to actually watch the whole thing. That one. God, I wish I had a butch girlfriend to sing the song about. That's valid. But you could always romanticize the one that you might have someday. We have Is this what's playing my like songs? No, it is the DJ. Okay. Memory, like I fall asleep, you. This time I couldn't wait for my life. Ah, the thing's not there. Oh well. Let me be honest, I don't want to fix it. Don't think it really adds to the video anyway. I'll fix it for next time, but it's fine. I don't know what this is, but I really like the violin in it. Cool. Cool. But then... Should I do the subtitles now? I might do the club clippings next, actually, and then do the art tip video. But I realized I could do most of the art tip video. Yeah, no, okay. Brain is braining. Onto the Radius. Into the Radius 2 is on sale. Oh, what's that game about? That sounds cool. I like the name of it. Freedom! Hello, Kiwi! Hi! Huh? Oh, crap. Hi, Wolfie. You you didn't have to say hi in here. I just wanted to tell you about the game. Oh, it's the timing, okay. There are two bug games, isn't there? There's two of them, I think. It's this one. Bugaboo Pocket. Is that what I have? This is Bugtopia, yeah, Bugaboo Pocket. Brit has come for our freedom, he has. Such content. Bugaboo Pocket. Oh, alright. It's called Bugaboo Pocket. Yeah, Bugaboo Pocket is the other game that I've been following for a little bit. I hope they get on Keymailer. It's kind of like Stalker, but in VR. Same idea with anomalies, but the big difference is the lack of other people due to the harshness of the radius, and it's impossible to leave, forcing people to run dangerous. Ooh, that's fucking sick. Most of the enemies mimic humans crying for help while shooting at you. That's crazy. That's fucking cool. I love Stalker shit, man. Stalker, like, vibe shit is really fucking cool to me. I, like, sat up, and now I feel my heart in my neck, and it feels weird. So scary, but so cool. Yeah, I love environments that'll just fuck you. Unromantically. Okay, I'm gonna have to change all these. The same? What the fuck color is this? Shading. Okay, I don't know what that first color was. Shit. Okay, it's fine. Fuck you with a cactus. No! That sounds painful. Sliders are the worst. They're very quiet but teleport at you, and you have to have look like angels made of black. Whoa! That's actually really sick, though. Sick. Gotta fix all these now. I should fix it in the template file as well. I'll do that after this. I just realized I did shit wrong. Okay, I'll fix it. Oh, I can't. Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna start cleaning my station lurk. Have a good lurk. Alright, so I'm just gonna redo this timeline. Single. Okay. I have to fix this one. Let's start with this one. Snap captions. I have to redo this again because I'm silly and I forgot. I never positioned it anyway. Cries internally. Okay. And then workspace, scripts, comp, snap captions. Vocal stim. All right. I kind of like that whoever does vocal stim first gets 2 for 1.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
That's too
Too damn bad.
damn
Brother,
Brother,
I have to remember to to do another one. I have to do the succulent Chinese meal. Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. I heard that one the other day and I fucking really like it. Let me do it now.
Look, I'm under what? Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
How is it? Is it wrong to enjoy a succulent Chinese meal?
Gentlemen, this is Democracy
Manifest. Okay, file, export audio. Democracy Manifest. Video editing, no stream. Vocal stems, save. And then I have to undo it so I can find the channel.
This is the bloke who got me on the penis before. Get some caps.
This is the bloke that got me on the penis, people.
Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis!
Get your hand off my penis! I'm doing that one too. it's so good. Get your hand off my penis. Oh wait, is it not no GG? And then China.
And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare get your hand off me.
No, we've only got one.
Ta-ta and farewell.
So I guess get him in the car.
One cup. Ah, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir, succulent Chinese meal. A succulent Chinese meal.
Wait.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? I wanted to inversely take this, but I think I just gotta...
Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? I literally saw someone reenacting it, and that's why I saw it, was because this guy on TikTok was reenacting it, and I fucking loved it. Hold on, let me see if I can find the TikTok. Oh, fuck, hold on. I know hold on. I liked it on my other account, so let me just get on my phone really quick. Like, the guy recited it too, and it honestly, it just felt like he was a younger version of the guy. It was really great. Hope to God I favorited it. Where is it? Did I not save the thing that it was from? Succulent Chinese meal. Hope I liked it. Hold on. Like, the guy was like, I remember the subtitle was like 98% accuracy. I don't even know what he is allegedly arrested for, but it's great. Succulent Chinese meal. I don't know if I'll find it. I don't think I'll find it. But this guy, oh wait, no, I found it. Okay. Happy talk. Okay. Oops. I'll play it for you guys. A succulent Chinese meal? Are you waiting to receive my limp pee? Dude, I just gotta save this. I just have to save this whole entire fucking video. I don't know. I really like that version of it too, because it's like it just feels like the original one, just younger and with better audio quality. I fucking love it so much. It's going in my serotonin folder. Succulent Chinese meal. Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Get your hand off my penis. Fantastic. I know. Those guys, I wonder how many times, for the love of God, re-record this entire video. I just make it as a VTuber. I get two other VTubers to pretend to like wrestle me into the car, and then I'm like, this is Democracy Manifest. What am I being arrested for? For having a succulent Chinese meal? Get your hand off my penis. Dude, I fucking love that audio. So good. Alrighty. Fuck yeah, guys. Da, da, da. Do it with your VR achievement. That would be so fucking funny though, dude. Succulent Chinese meal. Negative 104. Oh, this is incorrect. What is this at? Negative 52. Fucking, I saw that like the other night and I was just like, this is me. It's just me. I like that a lot more. It's a lot softer on the eyes, that is. Let's do Vibration 22. I can go back and fix this one, and then I need to fix the... So I'm just gonna do it like this. I'm just gonna uncheck all of these really quick so that way I can remember. So I think V highlight is fixed now. It should be. My head is a jungle, jungle. It's 3. I gotta make sure 3 is not on. 3 is off. Succulent Chinese meal. Now look at Boffy. Boffy got a like fucking 5 for 1. Just because I wanted to talk about that one. Ooh, I need to make tomorrow's thumbnail. It is a jungle, jungle. It's a jungle, jungle. Okay, and then yellow words are a different yellow. One of these is still... Hold on, I'm just making sure that's all good. Okay, that's all good. Did you do the C version of Pilgrim that has updates, but it's slightly unstable, super early access? I don't think, wait, I don't know if you sent it to me. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, shit. Artists dead, who changes like to be complicated. Not complicated. To a birthday party for children, running the children won't start screaming. In the middle, attached to a tractor. When he grows up to be a comic or actor, he'll be rewarded for never maturing, for never understanding. Every day, bumpy about him, other people, you selfish asshole. I must be psychotic. I must be demented. Well, we got all of all this attention. Let me go store. Attention, I am an addict, but I get paid to indulge in my habits. Out of the legion, I wear makeup. I've never makeup. Oh. It's just likely to be unstable. We could try it. We could try it. Show is got a budget. I'll be him making the money won't budget. That's what even lights. I could have fed a family of four for 40 fucking fortnights. 40 fucking fortnights. Artist, we could give me. I am an artist, please forgive me. I am an artist, please forgive me. Where's this go from this little baby? This parent and kid duo. Weak, seeing if the baby could hit the target in the middle. And finally, day 25. Oh, oops. He did it. With you, okay, and then I'm gonna fix a template. Oh. Okay. So we Buffy, Gordy, that more than 4 players. The super early this version. Try the Alright, I'm just gonna start with shading. This is such a bitch. Okay. Blue border. At my stage now. Kind of want to change this a bit. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, there you go. And then will you still love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? Oh shit, I need to post the thingies. The thingies that I worked on, the charity emotes, the salute emotes. I need to post those in the Discord. Lord, when I get to heaven, please let me bring my man. Cause tell me that you love me. Body. Save, close. Okay, so Vibe and Shine is not good. I just gotta do it for all the other ones. Will you still love me when I no longer? Will you still love me when I no longer? TikTok template. Should have done it in order, but I did not. Okay, if he starts his done, Vibe and Shine template is good, I think. Yeah, it actually has a template in it now. Yeah, this one's done, so this one will be fine. Oh, I forgot to do the snapshot, the socials bit in this. I'll fix that in a sec. Cool. Baby doll, move on, baby doll. We've been. Okay. I'm going to go take a quick. Wait, I have to fix a thing. Hold on, let me fix a thing and then I'll go take a bathroom break. This one. Again? Since when have you been doing that? Though, be real with me, huh? Track socials. moment to pour the coffee. It feels it only halfway before I even argue. I'm back with food. What kind of food did you get? You. Where's the man behind the counter to the woman who is coming? Made Alfredo. Oh shit. That fucking sounds nice. Sounds nice. It'll be always Twitch. Blah. Can pretty excited. It sounds delicious. I hope that is delicious and you have nice pairings with it. It's always nice to see you. It's always nice to see you. Alright. And then we're going to do club clippings. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And we'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I have returned. Hi. Let's see. That's good. There. Okay. And then I want to check what the last club clippings had. I'll ask you where you came. I'll ask you. Let me write this down for myself so I remember. 0.07. Negative 52. Is there anything else with it? No. Cool. This Alfredo is so good. I'm glad. What kind of pasta did you use with it? If you know the name by any chance. It's like people do. I'll share with you. Yippee! I'm so happy. Thank you. Just ready to spaghetti. Valid. But it's creamy and added white spice. A widow spice. I saw white spice. Widow spice. Hell yeah. I love a little pepper in my pasta. White spice is salt. So true. So true. Or Coke. Or Coke. Or Coke. I got peppers and some Korean chili flakes. That sounds delicious. I thought of the flavor like LaCroix. Coke is no spice. Ah, valid. I'll leave you tomorrow. Okay, I'm home. Got my pork belly. I'm all set to chill. Hell yeah! Yum yum yum. Oh, something that I didn't do that I needed to do is it'll. I don't know where I want to put that actually. Okay, I'll figure that out in a minute. Okay, so I think that's how I'd cut it. So and then it could. So what the fuck? Okay, cool. Okay. That's text-based. Cheering. Might be long. Pork belly is good. Pork belly is delish. It feels. Oh, wrong one. What's a wiggle effect? Wiggle video effect. I can't spell effect. What about, okay, DaVinci video wiggle effect. I want to do like a wiggle though. Look, I want it like a wave effect. I guess I could do a wiggle. Alright. Need a little wiggle. Need a little wiggle. Need the adjustment clip, I think. Oh, adjustment clip. I have an idea. I don't know how well it's gonna work, but I want to try it. This one, nope. 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 Foot. Shoe. Yeah, singular shoe. Fuck, okay. I can figure it out, hold on. I just have to do other stuff first. Okay, I don't want it to do panning. I changed my mind, it was tilting. And this one would go here, but it would be more intense. So it's like... and then this would be like zoom, like that. And then... okay, so I need shoe. Okay, let's look up shoe. I guess. Doesn't really matter as long as it fits. That doesn't really fit. Oops. Horizontally. Okay, so download. Trying to think. So yeah, so I want this. Download. Please don't let you down. Oh, I took another hit. Every time he rolls around. Shoot. Every single thing go away. I'm legend. Foot. And then why not be this way? Ever since I kind of leave the house, but did I quit? I'm not. I do want one with the shoe. Give you up just to buy another one. Oh. Two. Another one. Giving you up, I just need your love. I feel like it should be the opposite. On them antidepressants. I'm feeling good today. Maybe. Just do this one. Alright. I think that would work. I'm gonna be here. Each other with the baseball bat. I think actually it should go this one first. There we go. Cocaine, Jesus. And then we do the same thing over here. And starts here. Ghosty says hello. I guess I do. I mean, you don't have to. You do not have to if you do not want to. Hi, Ghosty. Hi.
The water's boiling.
Hello. Hi. Hi. How are you? Hope you're having a great day. Does that not work that way? Oh. Oh, there we go. Why you beat me to it? Well, it's okay. They don't want to say hi to me, so it's alright. Bucket of milk. They only care about you, so that's okay. I'm exhausted. You ready to move? You all get ready to move. You're not wrong, see? I don't even know why he's here at this point. Oh, yeah. Even then. Oops. I don't know. Picture of us. Miss me so. I think I'm supposed to start here. It didn't do it. Still interesting. Oh. Milk. Okie dokie. And then I'm so ready to move. I have a bunch more stuff to pack, but I'll be moving in a couple of weeks. Hell yeah, I'm excited. Will you, no sweat if you don't want to have any plans for it, but are you going on the hiking trip with us in July? Um, uh, let's wait here and then go back and then. Oh, the milk still here. What the fuck? Oops. Hopefully I'll grab a job by then, and I don't know how settled I'll be, but it sounds like a really nice trip. Yeah, I'm excited to get a break from the computer. It'd be nice to see you as well. Nom, nom, nom. The fuck? I'm really bad at this, apparently. Boop, boop. Oh, man. I don't know if I want to put wiggle wiggle in here twice. Maybe I just do... Maybe I just do this section. If I'm really honest, I really want Okay, that makes sense. Makes sense to me. 4, 5, 6, 7. Hopeless romantic dies in the end. Okay, and then that goes there. I know that my dad and I talked about seeing a play while they're down south, but I do want to try and figure out when I can visit up north. Understandable. Understandable. Yeah, because I think the plan was going... at least when they get here to Portland, that we were gonna, like, hang out in Portland for a few days and then go hiking, so... that'd be cool. Well, family twip. Also, fuck this up. I don't know how I fucked it up, but I did. I won't be leaving you. Oh shit. Go there. Oh, let me get another adjustment clip. Alright, so I want this to start here. Then I want it to end tilted. Why is it not doing the thing? Is it, what the fuck? Oh, it's because it has to be 1 over, that's why. Yeah, there was a really big hiking trail with waterfalls my dad was talking about. He was like, yeah, 7 Falls. Yeah, we're going to 7 Falls. And it's a 7-mile hike. And I'm being honest, I'm not really ready for a 7-mile hike. But in order to incentivize my brain, I'm gonna buy this mushroom book. I think it's this one. A Little Book of Mushrooms. And it's got, like, all... I don't know if it's this one, but there's one that's specific to the area that we live in. Yeah, it's this one. Mushrooms of the Pacific Northwest. And then I was going to get a field journal and my camera, and I was going to document all of the mushrooms that I see on the hike. And then, like, each page would be about the mushroom that I find. And, like, it didn't matter if they were the same. I would just... Or, like, maybe I'd identify them at lunch. Because it's a 7-mile hike, so I think we're gonna, like, pack a lunch. And so I was just gonna have, like, a tiny little field journal of mushrooms. Yeah. So, yeah. I'm gonna do that. And then I got the Pacific Northwest. It sounds awesome. It's really nice here. I like it here. You buy the Little Book of Mushroom and it ends up being just a book of dick pics. That would be so unfortunate. Luckily, I did look through it, because they sell it at the New Seasons Market. And so, luckily, I did look at it before I decided that I want it. But yeah, it's just a book. It's just a nice little book about mushrooms. They showed, like, the pages. Yeah, it's got, like, pictures and stuff. And I like it, so I was gonna make a little field journal while I was out. To incentivize me walking 7 miles, because I'm a walker. I love walking. Don't get me wrong. I love walking. I walk to the store. It's a mile away. I go there, come back. It's not a problem, but the conversation was so innocent. No, it's okay. That's how Rhino is. That's okay. That's why we love Rhino, because Rhino says out-of-pocket stuff all the time. We're comfy, but we're out of pocket. Something you say or something you do. So far, look at my body. Bucket. Lane transmission. I'm the best walker. No one's walked as much as me. No, I'm lazy. I am super lazy. So that is incorrect. Smile. Trust me, I don't have that kind of audacity, Kiwi. Okay, how does this look? Oh, this is not. Okay, maybe it's like this bucket of, and then we do it like the, no. This way. Oh, we trim it here, and then it's like this. I don't like that it cuts off milk. What? Am I gonna be able to find where that clip was from? I think I can. Dobby wants milk, April 22nd. I need to go through my clips again and see what the next episode for clips will be. And find a section to thank you guys, because they're in my club clippings I do want to start thanking you guys for them. So 2025 April 22nd. Cool, it's in here. Cool. Just pop this bad boy in here so I can find. It's like near the end, I'm pretty sure. Yep, I see it. Pretty sure it's over here. Is it later? I can't wait till I move into the dorms this fall because I'm going to Wayne State, so I'll be in the heart of Detroit and I'll be able to walk everywhere. Yeah, it's nice to be able to walk everywhere, to be honest. Was at the very end. I found it. I found it. Fuck. Well, right now, the only place I can walk to is a church. That's crazy. And very unfortunate, I might add. Yeah, no, I love living where I live because it's a very good walking distance to many of things. And we have good, like, public transport, so I can go other places very easily without a car. You can't have shit. Yeah, you can't have shit in Detroit. Hi! Hi! Guys, this is the person that made my new Minecraft skin. If you want your cool Minecraft skin, you should check them out. Hi. Hope you're having a great day. I'm gonna crash out. I'm sorry, it's just the phrase that goes very well with Detroit. Got popularized. Hee hee hi. Be lying. 'cause these days running right into you. The bus is in the blue. Nothing you say. I've been playing vanilla and goddamn can Ghosty build tents. That's valid. Good. Yeah, Vex has been on it. I'm getting back into it because I got a new Minecraft skin. So. And if any of you would like to join the server, feel free to. As long as you're in the Discord, you can play. Oh, maybe these. Okay, hold on. We just. Did I actually do that right? Truth is impossible. Raw, I'm back. Welcome back. No punchline came to me. That's valid. I wonder how realistic my test could be with all the weird small wet. Okay, I think. Okay, I think. Oh shit, it finally popped up. Fuck. Oops. What the fuck is happening? Stop! There you go. Let me just shorten this guy and this guy. And then we take everything else and we're just gonna scoot this shit over. Milk. Small blocks are modded. Only one way to find out. Oops, I'm too tired to be typing right now. I hit enter too soon. Is the server world reset or is it the same one? It is the same one. Let me make sure something. That's all I meant. I'm just checking something. Oh my god, what the fuck did I just click? Oh, I don't know what I clicked. Oh my god. Was it? Turn that off. No shit. Yeah, I'm never deleting the server. Like, this server will stay like this forever. I need. Say he's just a friend. You say he's just a friend. Baby, you got what I need. Yeah, you did. Got what I need. Say he's just a friend. You say he's just a friend. We can build a relationship. Oops, that's the wrong one. And the YouTube we was planning. Looking for a treat. Do I do space? But it was perfect. I'm glad. Who is this? Oh, we just a friend. Just a friend. Oh, baby, you got what I need. You say he's just a friend. Okay. Me say he's just a friend. He's just a friend. Clips. Okay, and then now a visitor's phone. Say, Tori. Where is door 3? Oops. Oh shit. I saw that's a this has a friend. Shit. Put this here. Oh. Okay, and then this is justifying logic. Alright, and then we need sound effects. So I think it's like right and wrong. Then I think I might take a break in a little bit to play some Minecraft. In a little bit, because then we'll do some art. But, yeah. So what else do we have to do today? We have to do some commissions, but how do I make a farm? I'll make a new farm. This needs to get turned down. Alright, and then I do need the wrong sound effect. Okay, and then I need a mushroom, a banana peel. Wait, what was it? Okay. So I need a mushroom. I'm off work. Yippee! I'm so glad. I hope work was good overall, and I'm excited for you to go home. We waiting for you to get home. Okay, we're just gonna use this one. Download transparent current page. So download settings transparent download. Mushroom. It was Grease. Sure, why not? Download. It was dead as hell today. I mean, better than a busy day. Well, that depends. Some people prefer busy days, though. Banana peel. N-A-N-A peel. Oh my god. Peel. And then an eel. I forgot how to write eel for a second. I like this one. Na 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 na. Da 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 da. Have you seen I have not. Is it good? Doesn't what's his name? Isn't Deadpool the voice actor for Pikachu in that one? Ryan Reynolds? Isn't Ryan Reynolds the voice of Pikachu? I heard it was really good though. I don't know, just go home. It was good apart from Pikachu being Deadpool and the main actor not knowing how to act. I mean, he's young. I mean, not all actors know how to act. But I'm sure as heck that they got paid good, so. Meh. Found out they're opening an Indian cafe next to my work, so I'm gonna have free chai! Fire chai! I said free, but it's fire. Fire chai. Hell yeah! And then banana peel. Wait. I want to do like a fade. No. You're wearing nothing but your perfume. Hell of a view. Oops. He's coming over and ruin my life. Let's see. the fuck? Why did these not have the thingy? Not all actors know how to act. Elaine take on the movie industry kind of based. I mean, it's true. Even if you've only acted in one movie, you're an actor, but that doesn't mean you know how to act. Yeah, no. Says the nerd listing off Pokemon facts the entire time. It's a pretty decent movie. Honestly, the best part is just seeing the... Yeah, the realistic Pokemon designs were cute. I did like that a lot. I really like seeing that in the trailers. Actually, this was fine. Okay, and then symbols. The pop wobble. Where's my pop wobble? There it is. Oh wait, but I have to make that smaller. X. I want to move this up a bit though, so let's move this up. Boop, boop. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Eating seeds is a pastime activity. There you go. It's a little disappointing that it doesn't actually follow the story of the game. Like, the game is kind of boring, so I get it. It honestly probably a better story than the game. That's valid. I mean, all the games are kind of the same. You just want to become the best. But I don't think it's really about the story in Pokemon ever, is it? I feel like, sure, for the shows and the movies, but I feel like the games is just very linear and you just catch Pokemon. I don't really know, though. I'm not a giant Pokemon fan, but I think that's how it works. It is a very different game from the normal Pokemon games. That's valid. I mean, Nintendo has to branch out sometimes. Oh, my face tracking is lagging again, chat. Ew. Oh, it's okay now. Good. I want to know how the city keeps the streets clean with so many Pokemon walking around living wild, so much food. It's probably that they have the Pokemon like work in community, or like probably the Pokemon know where to poop. Like, they know where to go, you know? I probably changed. Let's see. Let's see this. Because there is like Pokemon official like videos of how people use Pokemon as almost like tools. So they just don't show those parts. We should let them. We should let them play with matches. That's how you grow stronger minds. Alright, feeling. Kickback, flipping up a Big Mac, killer kickback, flipping up a Big Mac. Cool. Oh, would never. It just takes one pissed Growlithe and that Subway Trident. But I mean, the thing is that like, unlike now where we'd have to adapt to them living with us, they've lived with them for years and centuries even. So. It's a little higher, okay. Space, scripts, comp. Let's hope this doesn't break my computer. It probably won't, though. Sweetie, I wanna be adored. I'm the girl you die for. I feel like I could zoom into this bottom half. Sugar pink. The only person who can stop a bad guy with a Pokemon is a good guy with a Pokemon. Or a gun. Or a gun. I'm so peeved by this. By what? This Pokemon false advertisement? Are you talking about what? 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 I am mildly confused. Please explain. You ready for the anime to the game? Then they both have sensors. Only a few have the same. Pokemon is a game about kids fighting off terrorists using animals. Think about it. If you're going to compare the anime, Smiles. I know nothing about Pokemon other than there's some cute Pokemon. I'll go off so hard. Go for it. Of course, being very artistic. Go for it. That's what it's fine. I don't care. Argue amongst yourselves. Government take over. Wanna know what the hell do I do? I kind of want to zoom in this more. I'll just start this. I didn't want the lady in office. Just means I gotta move this guy. Can't take because I'll sounds good. Okay, cool. Those are all good. And I kind of want to move these up. Cool. What am I being added for? Oh, government. I want this one, making sure this stays good. Yeah, that's good actually. Oh, not that one, not that one. Like this beat, made Tuesday with me. I've been chatted. What is this? What is this? Okay. Do I know who this is? I don't know who this is. Okay. Alright, so skit is done and art tips was next. TikTok was posted for today. My ceiling. Succulent Chinese. I'm gonna comment on this. Pop up on my FYP today and say, gentlemen. I've been clapping, punch your toes, and a body roll. TTOGO HOTTO. Wait, I forgot to check if that was posted. It was cool. OGO, you can take me home to go. Alright. Editing. Art tips isn't done yet, but I can start that one. Be important to start it. What's the plan for the rest of the day? Okay, so brain is doing thoughts. I feel like I should write it down. I guess I will. So I can get these thoughts out of my brain. This is the wrong one. The wrong journal. D-O-G-O, you can take me home to go. G-O-G-O, my notebook was upside down. I don't have a number 2 pencil! What do you mean I don't have a number 2 pencil? Oh my god. I don't really like, I only like writing with number 2 pencils or pens, but still. Okie dokie. I need to do the art tips video. Prep art tips. And then texture bed. Yeah. And then I could escape. And then I need to work on one chibi for a commission. I think this is good now. One chibi for a commission. 1 of 3. Chibi. Then I need to do 2 chibis for the salute emotes. Emote. What else? And then if I have time, rig BLT and play Minecraft. Cool. Okay. Now I'm playing some Minecraft first. Baby. Wait, did I turn the setting back on? Oh, fuck. No. Play. Cool. Baby girl. Alright, I'm gonna play New York Times games while we wait. Auto check. Has the whole world gone mad? Causes and cause of increased awns and decreased Z's. I don't know. Romantic dozen. Roses still competing. Flower blank is described by 1, 4, 5, and 6 across. Read in order. Oh, flower bed. Is it bed? There we go. Okay, I don't know who that is. Help with a crime. I don't. The S of iOS system. Skeleton piece. Bone. Rib. Baby. In it. Haha! A bed? Oh, yeah. Aiding and abetting. Right, that's correct. Right, that makes sense. Night. Tight. Light. Hell yeah. Alright, we're gonna do... let's do opium for today. Opium. Oh, shit. Polar. Okay. Troop. Okay, that's crazy. Okay, so... No, I don't think... Oh, sport. I think it's sport. Nice! These ones are super quick. A Strange New World? I don't see the word alien, which upsets me. I don't sleep enough without you. I'm just gonna fix. Close this. Hard. No. Nah. Novel. Oops. Give me a hint. I don't know what this would be. What the fuck? Leaving you off. Word? Farm? Oh, the crop circles? Is crop circle in this? And you off at the right temperature. This is so weird. I don't know what a lot of these would be. Because cow wouldn't be one. I don't see the word abducted. Abducted is with an A, I think. So I don't actually know. To love. Teal? Late? What the fuck? Tail. Games? What the fuck? Animal? Yo, this is very confusing. This... Oh, it's dystopian. What do you mean dystopian is one? Hobble. Ham. Hunger? Hunger? And? Dude, this is fucking hard. Sand. The fuck? Dystopia. Ah. Handmaids, what the fuck? Oh! I hated that. That sucked. Carousel, candelabra, coaster, clock, slide, gate, record, teacup, pancake lounge, pick, beast, strum, frisbee, bend, food court. You do like you do. Anyway, because they're round, they're like round plates. Yeah, fuck yeah. Won't you know what my life's gonna feel like? Nothing else will feel right. You can feel right. Be my ice cream, thinking of the emoji. So mystical, magical. Maybe just want you know. Baby. Maybe these like guitar moves? Guitar playing, fuck, I'm so good at this. Alright, these, because they go like in a, oh. Gate. Oh, wait. Beauty and the Beast characters. Won't be my ice cream taking airport features. Oh, okay. That one, it was purple for me. Magical, magical. Oh, baby, don't want you know, want you know. Mystical, magical. What my life's gonna feel like. I wanted me to stay. While I wait for this, I'm gonna do this really quick. Waiting Tennessee. I'm proud. Gonna cause a scene. She sees her baby girl. Oh, she's gonna scream. What have you done? Pink pony girl. Now we gotta get Gordy. Where's Gordy? I'm gonna keep on dancing. Pony club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in Westwood. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Pony club. Pink pony club. I know. Those are on the floor. Lovers in the bathroom and the line outside the door. My lights. Where this go wrong? Are you there to bother at all? Wicked dreams in Tennessee. Santa Monica, then to get to me. Make my mama proud, and I call the scene. Is her baby girl. Pink pony girl, I dance with the girl, oh mama. Yeah, now we gotta move Gordy. Oops. There we go. Okay, Gordy over here. I think I left you all behind. Still love you in Tennessee. Should I do it like this? No, my tail's in the way. What have you done? All right. All right, let me. Hi V, how are you? I'm gonna fix my fucking stairs. There we go. Oh, thank you for the wackies bonkies. Good, I'm glad. I'm glad you're doing good. All right, we gotta make a. We gotta sheep here, so I can make a farm. It's farm time. Make a tiny little farm. I explained senior skip day to my mom. She didn't question it. Hey, that's pretty good to hear. That's good. I don't know where I want to have my farm. What put it here? This area is so overgrown. It's like hard to pick. This is. I want my magic area to be over here, and then there'll be something here, and then just mark it on a calendar like it was a normal holiday. Hey, that's pretty good though, yeah. Alright, I think I have to dig up this dirt. Where's dirt? I just need normal dirt. I don't know if I have dirt in my inventory. I have normal dirt? This is just dirt. Okay. I have it. Well, I guess it's fine. It's just dirt? No, this is coarse dirt. I'm gonna make a new... Oh, you asked us to clarify that my brother had school that day. Happy hell yeah! Did you stay home today? Or I guess you're staying home. Yeah, did you stay home today? Extra brooms. Oh, I gotta like unload. I got a depot. So I was on an adventure for Candyland that I never finished. That's my magic stuff. Insert filtered. Filtered. Insert filtered. Candy. We'll put candy in there. Not today, June 2nd. Ah, Thursday. Okay, that's valid. What was... Oh, I got a phoenix. I fucking forgot. I fucking got a phoenix last time we played. Bam, bam, bam. I already have a blue journal. Well, let's switch to blue journals because I don't know where I got that other blue journal from. Do, 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 do. June said, oh, you're right. Cause Sunday, yep, okay. That's nice. I'm glad that you get the day off. I think I just put stuff in here. I don't really know. I don't have an ore chest. What the helly? What the hellia? Okay. What's that? Need this. Oh, I didn't know it gives 4. Oops. One take. One set, please. I'll move my oars in here. Or I guess I move this bed. I'm gonna be here. Then monster parts. I need new boots. Need new boots, chat. I need new boots. It'll be my loot chest. Loot chest. Milk bucket. I need my milk bucket. Why I have two milk buckets. What the fuck? Okay. What is going to be? Plant. Water. Liquid water. Magic. Found that. I need to go in my backpack. Roho. Oh wait, shit, what's in... Ah! Oh my god, I have so much shit in that backpack. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, I'm so excited for Monday. I'm so glad. Do you have any plans, or are you just gonna stay home? I'll be home alone because my mom has work. Hell yes, you could stream if you want to. You can try. Best stream ever. Hell yeah. Guys, there's so much fucking stuff in my inventory. Frick. Frick. Oh yeah, this purple banner that I found. I want to put it up on my house. Oh. It's like too low. There you go. I think I only got one. It don't look like it. Tool chest. I don't need these oak chests anymore. There's no trash can. And then stone, pumice stone. TNT. Tools. More tools. I'm gonna go on my quiver. Base. Dirty stinking base. Big dirty stinking base. Does this go? Which filament? I need no cloud. I don't need no chlorine. I don't need no coke. I don't keep your ketamine. Let's go here. So many weapons. Unless I should use these more often. Me higher. Bang your fucking face away. This one goes here. This is a tool. Dice. And then this. And magic. I don't need no heroin. I don't want no coke. No ketamine. I don't need this many cassava seeds. Shears go in my backpack as a tool. Stinking base. Dirty stinking base. Big dirty stinking base. Actually, I'll keep these all up here. Big dirty stinking base. Gems. Pink pebbles. Green beans. Oh, I want to plant green beans. Oh fuck, what is my uh alright. I can only eat meat. Okay. That sucks, actually. What are they? There was other. Hold on. I'm a star, I'm a star, I'm a star. There it is. I just see what the other ones are. Let's see. Phantom. This one's the cat. This is the Blazeborn. Random grasshopper. You can't eat meat. And then a shark. Oh, okay. Life, body on my spine. So what if I were to just eat, like, something that's not meat? Like, would that matter? Oh, I'm not hungry. Let me run around. Cantissimo. Cantissimo. I need, like, another food chest. Fuck, I need more chests. Cantissimo. Oh. Food, food, food. Food, food. Wait, not food. Food. Not food. Your love. Food. Oh, this is food too. Only say that I should settle down. I don't wanna. Okay. Cantissimo. Cantissimo. Okay, and then I can put the quartz in the ore chest. I don't give a fuck. Back in your bed. And then this can go here. With the American dream, to it I win, to it I like. With the Italian dream, so it set me free tonight. I really didn't care about fixing this up today. I'm gonna give a fuck. Cantissimo. Cantissimo. That's from Mom's. Seed. Region. I'm coming out. Book. Paper. Paper. Shit, that's actually a potion? I didn't realize that was a potion. Oh, it's hard to see you when I get you right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. I have like fucking 3 flint and steel, what the fuck? No, you love me. Resin chunk. Say that I miss you the most. Ironwood. I don't do this at all. Acting kind of crazy. I shouldn't do this, but even through this, with you, I'ma miss you. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to thinking ever be a pair. Oh, I have a baobab sprout. I forgot about that. When I wish you were right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. This one. Now we have food. You come here. Apple. The magic. Hi, rat. Let me go. Let's see this one could go in the second row. This is magic. Wish you were right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Okay, I might just leave the baobab wood in here because it's so much. You come here. Fuck it, open these. I think these are all ones I've had before. Cucumber eye mask. I don't think I've had that one though. Long fox ears. Whoa. Don't show them. That's cool. I like a potato though. Big sunglasses. Cool. Hell yeah, all repoed. Depoed. Wop, 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 wop. Bitch, ain't you tired? It's probably I think I have to go back to my house really quick. Back to the club! I took every wrong turn. That's crazy. But at least you're home now, I presume. Stay not like us. Actually, here would be a nice spot for a farm. I want to just do it over here. It's a really big tree right here, though. Water here. I don't want to, like, destroy too many of the trees, though. Maybe I'll do something else over here, and I can do the farm over there. Yeah. What tree is this? Pine? What can you make with pine? It looks like a nice wood color, though. Keep. Oh, there it is. It's like, where's my little magnet? This will make this so much faster. There we go. And then I'm gonna move this guy. Us. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Alright, and then I'll cut down this mushroom. Oh god, this doesn't have the tree thing. Oh man. Ugh. I have to do each part. No, no. At least it's not a tree, I guess. It's a cute color, this mushroom. It's a milk cap. It was meant to be. How's vein mining? Luckily, good, because I'm not doing it. Instead, I'm just breaking down this mushroom so I can make a farm. But I don't know how I'm gonna do a farm because it's like, I think I can only eat meat. So I'm conflicted on how I'm gonna do my farm. Oviho. I kind of want to put brown mushroom stem like here. Oh, friend. Are you lying? Grass block pods. Auto chicken farms are pretty easy to make. That's valid. I didn't really think about it. I like having farms. I don't know. I might change it back to a goblin just because, like, I'm, like, really short. And also, I like not just eating meat, I think. So, we'll see. Oops. That's one too many. Yeah, because it's gonna go, yeah, right before that. So one more row. I tell myself that I'll be strong when they're gone, 'cause they're gone. And then dirt. I don't have a hoe, do I? I don't. I try to have at least one hoe in my inventory at all times, but sometimes I forget. Make an iron one. Can I drink this? There you go. 1, 2, 1. My father and my sister said. There you go. All the lights that stop me. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh. Alright, now I can plant stuff. I'll work on my roof eventually. I keep forgetting to. Leaping milk cap. Dirt. Various types of dirt. Oh. Sorry. Milk. And then I need... I want to grow tomatoes. Green bean. I'll grow some radishes. And wheat. I think I have more room for this, but that's okay. Actually, I could do it in rows of 4, actually. So let's do tomato, or these are 3 rows. 1, 2, 3. Actually, I want the wheat to be on this side. 2, 3. Okay. And then I could get more plants. What other plants do I want? I want to grow like carrots and potatoes. Where are my carrots? Where are my potatoes? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then I can have one more plant, which will probably be something. I don't know what, but it'll be great. Peanuts. Frozen peas, bro. Jesus. Blue rose bush. I didn't know I had those. Strawberries. I want to grow strawberries. And for that, party sucks. I'm about to ditch. Give me shit. You say you love me. Yeah, I think I might change back to a goblin. Origin. As I can. There you go. I gotta put the bunny slippers back on. Joyride. That's how that works, right? Yeah. Got higher jumpies now. And all my plants are growing. And now I think I'm settled for a little bit. So I can disconnect and play or work on a little bit of more video editing. But I'm wearing clothes. Mother. Oh, it's getting hot. It's actually getting like hot in here. Okay. I'm getting loose for the joyride. Joyride. Okay. Alright, I gotta review the script again. This is a lot. This one is a lot for me right now. This song is also going to be a lot for me. Okay. Oh, my chest needs to pop, but it doesn't wanna. Alright. Thank you for the song request fee. Oh, in the boggies. Do I really have that much real? Yeah. Thank you for the hep hep and the boop as well. My goodness. It's the cutie combo. I like it. Cartoony. Sup, gamer? Hope the grind's going well. It is! We just took a break to play some Minecraft to kind of ease the brain cells a little bit. And now we're getting right back into it for the last video of the day. But, this one's a little bit harder because I want to create a example out of a model that I'm gonna texture, so that's what's gonna make it take a lot longer. I think it's actually cartoony or stylized. Ooh, hella fun, yeah. It's getting hot as fuck though right now. It's just not fun. I don't like it being warm. What's known? Hi, werewolf. Hello. How are you doing? A lot of do pop and exclamation. Me good? How about you? I'm good. It's a little warm here today, but other than that, I'm doing pretty good. No lighting. Oh, I like this song. I was like, this song is familiar. Oh shit, what the fuck? It. Thank you for the song request, werewolf. I like listening to music with you guys. Alright, cool. Subtitles are done. He didn't go deer hunting. Alright, I actually heard this song on TikTok. This game, this one, and then this one, and then this one, right? Yeah, it goes these two. Go. If you fail to go deer hunting, she's gonna eliminate the deer. Yup. And then add track, and then this one. Okay, so this one, this one, this and rotate it. I think I would take this and then move track up. Yeah, so instead it would be big. I would be big. And then we would take this one and then we put it here. And then like we make this bigger. And then like pop wobble. Pop wobble. That's radio pop wobble. Symbols, add track. And then like this, like this. And then I need what the helly. What the hell? What the helly? This is gonna go down so fucking low. What the helly? Yeah, it's this one that got pretty big, huh? What the hell? What the hell, yo? What the helly? Why isn't it downloading the video? I came back to the ads. From the ads. Perfect timing. Hell yeah. the whole clip? I'll put it here instead. Turn it up a bit. Sure. Sure. And then I'll just do like a little funny loopy doopy and just be upside down for a minute. Okay, and then for the rest of this, I'd be at the bottom, so it's 0.73 minus 496. And then this cropping would get 874. Hold on, I want to put this in the right part. And then main font. Main font, outside only. Okay, and then the B-roll crop is 78,456. And then retain image. Actually, this is crazy. Boo shot him in the head. What the fuck is this? I like it. It's an army chant. I like it. Boo shot him in the head. Ranger Rick is dead. With the head, boo shot him in the head. This is crazy because that was like my childhood, like fucking TV show. Oh, Noah Flourish. I like this guy. And then I want this to scroll. Please. There you go. Boop. And this one. Boop. It's freaking me out. Is this really how low I put stuff in here? This is not a common art tip video. That's fine. It's the wrong video, this one. I'll make it bigger. This one will start here, and then I wanted to zoom into the bed, kind of like this. Just do like a crosses all here. Okay, maybe not that little shit. Noise. Okay. Cool. Blah, 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 blah. Oh shit. Fuck. Hello, Pixels. How you doing? Okay, so this is gonna be down a little bit. Actually, let's lower the opacity, I think. There we go. Goob overall loopy, understandable, get some rest. You've been working hard at it for a while now, so free to get some rest. Okay, and then I do want to cross dissolve for this one. We want to bring this down a little bit more, I think. Yeah. We're in the home stretch. Yippee! I'm so excited. So excited. And then we'll go swimming this weekend as a reward. And then Life is Strange logo.
With the chicken strips.
With the chicken strips. That was awesome. There. Them's the hopes. Yeah. Thank you for that, Pats. With the chicken strips. Cool. These need bits. Yeah, I kind of really want to zoom this out a lot, though. This needs to go up more. Zoom it out a bit more. Cool, I like that more. And then I'm just gonna get audio for this, I think. And then we make audio 3 lower. Okay, and then I'm just gonna do text color. I'm just gonna do the subtitles really quick. And then tomorrow, if we have to, we can come back in and do this stuff. Oh my god, the salute emotes. God damn it. There we go. Cool. We're good now. Also, I forgot to turn that back on. There you go. Oh, I didn't mean to close the adjective. I need that. That's what I get for trying to be bold. Face itches. DaVinci reopen. I'm gonna close Minecraft for now. Is it stuck in my task manager? It might be. It is. Okay. I should close some of these tabs, shouldn't I? Yes, I should. Yes, I should. Alright, I think Gordy's streaming right now. He's not! Unless he's all the way up here. He's not. What the fuck? Alright, well, it's looking on Goblin stream. Alright. There we go. Now it opens. Oh my god, it's getting so hot. I have to turn my ceiling fan up. My balls are stretching. It's too hot. I really want to listen to this right now. I listened to a lot of this like the other day. Hell yeah. Even though you play this song like every day at least 3 times, I'll accept this. I will accept this transgression. Alright, and then no. Okay. Brush strokes on an object that isn't even real. Heck. Games and art projects. Use this style of texturing to create cartoony or stylized effects in the medium. This type of style is created by what's known as hand painting. This technique utilizes a lot of digital art fundamentals, like painting highlights and shadows. But I'm gonna focus a bit from making sure your hand painted textures pop. For any artist, the biggest technique that I suggest for any artist that wants to try style is to paint your eye. No lighting, also known as unlit. If textures look good, if texture good, if the textures, if good, you're good to go. It can be easy to lose yourself in external tools or lights if you focus on the most simplistic view of your art. It can help you see the big picture. Save. Alright. Okay. I also want to look at my clips. Wait, hold on. Video editing. Oops. 5 has 1, doesn't it? What is this clip? Okay. Hi, Moira. Let's do 6. Alright, cool. Cool. Video producer, highlights. There we go, there it is. I'll download it later. Alright. Time to go into art. So now we're gonna go put something in Substance Painter, and I'm gonna paint it, test the art style that I want to do. And we're gonna see how well it goes. It might go terribly. It might go wonderfully. I don't even know. We're gonna find out though. Okay. Subtitles, music, but I'm still editing it. Cool. Her name was Billie Jean, and it caused a scene. Being no one. I just want to edit this pillow, so let me do that really quick. Always tell me, be careful with you. On those eyes. Told me, every day we love. Your loving is the truth, yeah. Billie Jean is not my lover. Mr. Girl who thinks that I am the one. The kiss, not my soul. If I made this into a circle, how fucked up would it be? Probably pretty, but we'll find out. Maybe. Maybe. Speed run. Okay. Behind me. It's my love. What in the helly? Okay, there we go. I feel like this didn't work the way I wanted it to. Yeah, I took the mini course. Oh, I think I did. Take 4. Let me take these 4. Take 1 more. And these 4. These 4. Oh. Is that correct? Oh, no, it's not. Oop. Just supposed to be 3. Yeah, I think that's correct. I think Spotify is broken. It's still playing the Michael Jackson song, but it's also playing the Come On Eileen. Okay. You, like, sure you don't want to become a circle? Like, just 100% bona fide fact you don't want to become a circle. Oh, shit. Okay, well, I didn't expect that to work, actually. Okay, I don't need, now that I know. Wait, actually, no, I do need this all. This one. Okay, and then I also did the front ones and back ones. Come on, Eileen. Okay, now I gotta take like a semi-big chunk. And then... I don't know how I really did this. I kind of just guessed. And that it worked. So... Let's do component. Wait, hold on. Just take it one lower. Oh wait, shit. Can I use a sculpting tool really quick? Can I like smooth it? I'll smooth that part. Strength, let's make it smoother. I kind of want to make like one more here. That means I would take this. Actually, can I do it with this tool? Pinch? Wait, what is this pinch tool? What is pinch tool? I feel like they're the opposite of pinching. Okay, we'll do it the way I've been doing it then. Give me, no, give it to me, no! 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 Why are you being a bitch? On the river. Then let's smooth it. And then if I just like smooth this out a little bit. And then let's budget. And then let me just... No! Stop! Okay, I need to turn all this shit off. Alright, there you go. Feel like I want to move this a bit. Fancy motorcycle outside. Hi, Moira. Hi, baby. Let's do that. I feel like I don't like how I did that. Probably should have selected it first before I did this, honestly. There you go. Thank you for the wellness. Sorry I saw that so late. Give me 10 seconds and I will redeem it. Alrighty. Because I like how that looks, but I kind of want, like, okay, let's try it. Like, actually, give me this guy to here. Let's do object instead. Books on the shelf are always repeating itself. Okay, and then let's use this guy. I'm gonna move this up and then move this section like down. I want to budget a little bit more. Just a little bit more smoothing right here. It feels so harsh. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then I wanted to do the same thing to this pillow where I kind of give it like a little edges. I might use this move tool as well to kind of get the pillows to look a bit fluffier. Okay, thickness. Oh no, offset. Thanks. Oh fuck, it's this song? Oh yeah. Pop music. Pop music. Pop music. Pop music. Pop music. Pop music. We're the case. We're in a disco. What about the rat race? Pop music. Talk about pop music. Do up. We would do up. Read it. Read it. Pop music. Pop music. Talk about. Pop music. Talk about. Music. Alright. Oh, I think I fucked that up. Rock music. Talk about. Rock music. I wonder if this would help at all. Oh. Now do music. Talk about. Pop music. Talk about. Pop music. Talk about. Pop music. And then this one. Ha 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 ha. La 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 la. I'm gonna make all these smoother. I've never used these sculpting tools in my life. And you know what? They're not so bad. Oops. Music. Music. Talk about. Music. Talk about. Music. Not music. Talk about. Yeah. I kind of like that. It looks more like it's like sitting, like they're all sitting together. I like that a lot more. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I like that more. And then now I want like, I want one here. Just show the show and walk away from something. This sheet. Don't let mess around, I'm having fun, don't push me down. You sweep me off my feet. This time, baby. Oops. Make sure that is beginning bit. I think I'd do a little bit more on the side. Then it's dead. This time, baby, I'll be yeah. Okay, and then UV editor. Let's make sure these are all optimized. They don't really look at. They don't. I'm gonna be honest. They don't really look at chat. Shoot the X, UV show. Oof. Okay. UV show. Dun, 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 dun. Hi, Moira. Two edges, contain edges. Oh, well. Yeah. Is that how you feel? Yeah. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Okay, I'm sorry. I took too long, didn't I? Come here. No. Okay. She's like, I want attention, but I don't want attention. Cries. So shows. Optimize. Babies. Music hours. For a couple of hours. Edges, contained edges. Full day. There you go. This one should be okay, but I'll just make sure. Dreams. Hours. For a couple of hours. Beautiful day. Daydreams. For a couple of hours. Beautiful day. TV show. God, please. Oop. Tina's cut and so. Daydream. Okay. Oh, fuck, I also have to model that chair. Fuck. I don't have to do it right now, though. I also want this to have more geometry. Yeah. That one has its own thing. I'm already in Maya. I kind of want to just do it anyway. Okay, making sure UV editor. Yeah, I think these are fine. Okay. Just make sure all the pillows are all good. Yeah, this one's the one I was looking. right, because this guy's something else. Wait, so then does that mean it was okay? It was. Fuck. There we go. Alright, and then let me do the other. I want to do the new chair. This one, the crisscross chair. Save images as. Image plane, import image. This one. Okay. Oh shit. I'm gonna hide the second one so I don't have to remake it for the bottom half. I'd love this chair, honestly. I'd love this chair in real life because I sit like this. I sit cross-legged a lot. So I don't think I'd get it in this fucking material though. I'd probably get it in like a leather or something. A leather and then just put like a blanket on it or something. Oops. Go. Now, where is this box? Oh, right. Go. I'm all like, whatever. The fuck is a song? Yeah, whatever. Oh my goodness, is that how you feel? Yes, that's how she feels apparently. You okay, Momo Bug? I don't know if the beveling will be the same, so I'm just gonna bevel one side first. Yeah, whatever. What's a mirror? Can I boop ya? What's a mirror? Why don't you take a nap in the window? You take a nap in the window bed so you can have company, but also not have me touch you all the time because you clearly don't want me to touch you all the time. Silly bean. Actually, Motion depth. Smoothing angle? What is that? Of the day. Oh mama, oh mama love. We'll take a look at you and think of you. Rolling, ooh. What you doing, Momo? Ooh, you better not. You better not. Get down. I'm gonna have to yell at you. And chat's gonna hear me yell at you. You're being a bad kitty. Where's the stick? Where's the poking stick? I'm gonna poke you with a real wooden stick if you don't get down from there. For now, we'll do the plastic one. Get down. You're getting so big, you're rocking that shelf, bro. And if that thing rips out of the wall, bro, we're gonna have other problems. Just look in the clouds. I feel like she's watching me now just to see if I'll, like, move her off of it again. Look in the clouds. Thank you for the boot brainer. Hot dogs with soy sauce pickles time. What? Hot dogs with soy sauce pickles time? What the fuck? That sounds like a really strange combo. So you better share what that's like in the fridge. Or I mean the oven. Because that sounds strange. I'm not gonna say deranged, but a little strange. Okay, that's yeah, that's. I don't like this one though. I can remove it. Yeah. Don't knock until you try it. I'm already knocking and I'm already worried. Oh, my dream. You and I had to say goodbye. I don't know what it all means. Since I realized. Wherever you go, that's where I follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow. I'm already knocking, I'm already concerned. Why does that? No, that's correct. It's just kind of like an inverted view, so I'm confused. Okay. Oh, and I'll hold you just for a while. Lost. We speak. It's okay, it's in the end, but normally I'd add Lao Gong Ma spicy chili crisp, but I'm out. Okay, now that is starting to sound pretty good, actually. Okay. Okay, I'm not mad. That actually looks kind of good. That actually looks kind of good, though. Promise to... The last time, like it's the last night, if the world was ending. want this chair so bad. I want a Dig Dog jail. See, I know what I'm doing. I do not. You don't have to know what you're doing to know that something tastes good, though. To be fair. Like, it's just like if you had a hot dog with pickles, normal pickles, but then you just added, like, something that was a little salty to it. That's all. I think that's, like, a good way of putting it. Right next to you. I think I should have done this differently. Okay. This one. This one. I think I'm actually at the point in my cooking journey where I know a little, how little I actually, yeah, because, like, you don't know how much you know until you actually start investing yourself into, like, what stuff is. The world was ending, I don't wanna be next. There you go. And that number should go at half. 18, that's not half, but heck. Okay, almost half. The fuck? Okay. Oops, God, Jesus. There we go. Does it need to be lower? I don't think so. The fuck? What is happening here? Reset. Actually, you know what? Your object Y. There, and then I'm just gonna... Oops. What the fuck? Back like that. Ooh, I think that's right. And then we will merge it to 32. Okay. Oops. No. There we go. There we go. I'm about to get angry. This shit doesn't want to work as fast as I'm working. Which is preposterous. Please. Oh, you know why? You're probably upset. Yeah. Yeah, it's like wrong. I'm not the best friend in Hollywood movies. There we go. Yeah. Now, is there much of a difference in the lower half? There is, but I think I could just... Try to be where I take the scissors. It's going back to you. On every diet, keep her thinner or wide. I'm so goddamn inferior. I feel like this section comes out more. Maybe I'll do it. Silly. Of a fat, funny friend. Of a fat, funny friend. Oops. Oops. Oh shit, I made that huge. Ah. Alright, so what I'm doing is I'm removing this part of the chair. I'd be like, Elaine, why? Because it doesn't go with the room. So we're making an executive decision to change it. Oops. Now these feel too long, so I'm just gonna make these shorter. How's that look with the... I feel like it's a little small. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, what the fuck? UV planar. Camera brace. There we go. So, we take a halfway point. Actually, let's take a lower point. Actually, at this point. There we go. Alrighty. And then we turn the emissive parts off. I think it's a transform. Get set. This is actually this. I feel like this is not the same. You pulling my leg. You are pulling my leg. What the fuck? Alright, let's do these two. Get set. There you go. Good lord. I'll do that to this. Get set. Wait. Get. That's crazy. Oh, I'll take this one off. The greatest, that is a value, that is a promise. Oh, this is all the same. Get set. What are you guys? Part of the chair? Yes, I'm alright, cool. What the fuck are you though? Like, why are you weird? Oh shit. Okay. What are you? Is everything okay now? You're not. Oops. Same with you. And pull down the noise. Yep, okay, you're good now. Anything over here? You. You. Okay. Okay, making sure. Let's make these orients. Ew, why are they free rotating it? Layout. And it's not the worst. What is this? What's the mattress? I can't really see the mattress though, but that's okay. Or maybe I can make the mattress smaller, then relay it out? I could. Modify layout. What? Oh, good lord. Uh-oh. Uniform. None. Do those say small? Hi, Quetza! How are you doing today? I hope you're having a better day today. Yeah. Honestly, these could be a good bit smaller even. There you go. Shall apply. Who are you, orange shells? God damn it. Orange. Yeah, I like that. A bit of empty space, but that's okay. Slept until 5, lol, so that's a thing. Hey, at least you got plenty of rest. That's a good thing. Getting plenty of rest is good. Object with this one. So select. Revisited. New folder. Export. Export furniture. Hide. Hide. Oh fuck. Okay. UV. Oh. Rendering hypershade. There we go. Assign furniture. Okay, not you. You will all be furniture. And then you are the fridge. And on and on and on and on. Well, let's retry. Thank you. You would? What if I didn't have kissable lips, though, Quetza? Do you still love me then? There's a movie like that? Really? Oh shit, really? I did not know that. The Lion of Love. I'm so hungry. Chad, I think I need to get a snack. I need a snack. I think I need a snack. Actually, I need to do a separate one. This is for TikTok video. Okay. I'm gonna go get a snack really quick. Quetza, feel free to tell me about that movie, but I will be right back. I'm gonna get myself a snacky. Okay, I'm back and it's like 3 times hotter in my office than it is in the rest of the apartment. It kind of sucks. This shit sucks. It's not hot. It's okay though. We're gonna take a break. I need someone to take a break. The movie's called Spring 2014. Cool. That's cool. I don't know if I want to watch something. Watch this sculpt. Watch this sculpt. While I eat my snack. This is something I've been meaning to watch. It's cool because they're doing a lot of like I think it's called like polymodeling. In 2014 is a romantic body horror film directed by Justin Benson and Errol Moorhead and starring Lou Taylor Puckey and Nadia Helker. The film follows Evan, a young man who travels to Italy, pursues a woman named Louise, who is unknown to Evan, is not ooh. Okay. What snack you got? I got some cheese and meat. I have like a mini charcuterie. I have grapes too. Just like a mini charcuterie board. I like how they're using basic shapes. I like it a lot because this is how I would do it. I too would brute force normal shapes to be shapes that I want them to be. I mean, this is a way you can do it. Like, this is an industry standard way that you can do it. It's actually pretty good to do it this way, too, because you're starting with really clean topology. Oh, I like how they do the fingers. Boobies. Was it like optimized? Probably not. The sheer amount of talent that requires? Not a lot. Not a lot. You just have to understand how, make ball into general muscle shape. Yeah, no, this isn't optimized at all. It's for a sculpt. So, like, you wouldn't be able to animate this at all. Like, or you could, but it wouldn't be advised for, like, if you were to make, like, an animated movie. This is probably not great. But for a sculpt, it's really good. Because for sculpts, it don't matter if it's optimized. Hell yeah, I like that they mirrored that booty. I got a bit of that tummy and bell button. If you have to call talent something, it's the memorization of muscles. At the end of the day, it's only the memorization of muscles that, like, will carry this shit home. Hello, Chaotic Kitten. That's okay. Oh, I didn't. I don't, really. And yet, I went to school for this stuff. Mound of Venus, hell yeah. Look, they have the toesies. That's actually a really smart way of doing feet. Yeah, this is just a lot of, like, staring at basic, like, see how they're doing the tendons for the feet? And you can just stare at references all day long as you do this, you know? The nails. Is this a song? Yes, it is. You are correct. I love this song. No. A lot of artists do this to you. Creep, but for the right reasons is crazy. Yep, this is a song. Very interested in how they do the hair. Because they're not doing it in like stylized chunks like I'm imagining. They're kind of doing it more with just giant forms. Damn. Damn. They're so doing it how I would do it. I make a strand, it look good, I copy paste strand for other places I want it. Except for like the main highlight pieces. Ooh, look at it. It's going over the ear. That's cute. Yeah, look at them brute force that. Yeah, I like it. A lot of pushing and pulling. Like it. Like all the waves that they're doing in the hair. It looks really nice. Being a creep for the right reason. B, is it creepy to want to immortalize beauty? I don't think so. Ooh, they're using the spline. Ooh, very interesting. Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah, for the fine-tuned ones, yeah. I don't do art. Okay. Do you take pictures? Pictures count too. What the fuck? What are they doing? Oh, what are they doing? What was that? What was that? Why did they do that? What the fuck? I'll take picture unless it's food? And you can just be like it's a similar concept, honestly. What food she's missing out on after moving out? That's valid. Yeah, cooking is art too. Ooh, 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 ooh. Look at the way they smooth the rock. I like it. Ooh. Stamp brushing. Photography is art. Oof. Really like how they're doing these rocks. It's very simple, but I like it a lot. Because this shit takes forever. That's why I don't like it. That's why I don't personally do it, but it's just so fucking satisfying. Not too many stones. Help me. I'm surprised they didn't duplicate more stones, but I guess maybe they really liked the shape language of the rock, so they didn't want to change it. Hey, that's how I make trees. Hey, yo, someone else make tree how I make trees? Let's go. This is how I would make a tree. Other people will do it, like, differently, but this is how I tend to do it. I mean, very similar process to the hair. Ooh. 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 I like what they did to the tree at the end. That's smart. Make a basic. I believe in you. Ooh. Wait, is this a blankie? Why we have blankie? Does the siren need a blankie? Or the nymph, excuse me. Making a sword. Towels? Nah, that was a blanket. I think they're making like the like an adventurer's kit. I should do like when I model, I should do more like smooth modeling. So what they're doing is the geometry itself is not as smooth as the preview is showing. And I should do that more. A sword? Yes, a sword. What's this? What is this? It's an animal. It's a frog! They're making a frog with a little butt. Oh my god, that's cute. This is so cute. I like the little frog with his little butt. It's so cute. Look at his little butt. What's this one? This is gonna be a fish? Yeah, it's gonna be a fish. I was gonna say, does the fish have a butt? But fishes don't have butts. Ooh, they're gonna make it like a koi fish. That's cool. Oh, look at that stamp brush doing the work, bro. Okay, and then they optimized it. Nice, I like it. Yeah, okay. It's a carp. It's a cat. No, it's a cat. Or a dog, honestly. I feel like it's gonna be a cat, though. Yeah, it's a cat. Aww. Oh, that's so helly cute. What the helly? What the helly? What the hellia? That's so cute. Oh shit, look at those fine. Nah, shit, that's cool. Man, look at all those tiny fucking details. Man. A burb. It's a burby. This song is how I feel right now. Gustas tú. Gustas tú. Gustas tú. Oh, they made multiple frogs. Oh. Oh, that's so bugged up. And then the sword. What about the blanket? Oh, no, they're her clothes. Oh, that makes more sense. Ooh, that leaf looked nice. I might redo the leaves in my scene. To be a bit more like this. So I don't really like the plants in my scene. I feel like I could make them better. Gustas tú. Gustas tú. Ooh, it's like a 4-leaf clover. What's this? What is this? Oh, these are the lily pads. Smart? Oh, they did it in Substance too. Fuck yeah. I love seeing the usage of Substance. Ooh. Yes, their Substance looks so much different than mine. We're actually about to go into Substance. God damn. See, that's when you have good bake map information. The good curvature information, so you can have those highlights and lowlights. That looks good. Tasty. Oh shit, whoa. Wonder what their UVs look like. Might not have any. They should. They probably don't for like the smaller objects, but they should. Probably why they're not showing it. Okay, so they also did this in Substance Painter. Interesting. Would you believe me if I told you this is a flat plane? This is a flat image. It's the beauty of 3D art. Oh, they're doing this in Substance Painter too? Oh. The makeup. What the eyeballs? That's so cute. What a song. Do 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 do. Ooh, the ears are so cute. They came out really cute. I will say I personally don't like how shiny the skin is. I wish it was a lot more matte, but that's a meat. Oh, that's so nice. This is how video games make leaves. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, nice. It's fucking sick. See how they're just flat planes? That's so cool. Yes, and they use the leaves. Yes. Yes. Yes, add more for the kitty. And then a flower for her, of course. And then kelp. The cat on the ass. That's so funny. Oh, and the frogs had little hats. I know when they, yep. It's so pretty. Yeah, and then they made the skin more matte, which makes me happy. That's so cool. Like it. I like it. I realized that she doesn't have this covering on her tetas, and so when they were like sculpting her, they like covered her. Yeah, see, they have like this band right here to censor it for YouTube. I think that's funny. I have 17 notifications. Oh, they saw it. Beam. This or it's just the same color of her skin, imagine. That'd be funny. But no, they didn't keep it on there, so alright. Go, baby. I can't wait to know. We're gonna do the same thing, but on a very, very, very simpler scale. Much simpler. Where is my revisited folder? Revisited. I'm gonna do this one. See, this is the bed, and we used similar techniques. I hate the fact that this is not matte. It makes me upset. To know. There we go. That makes me feel a lot better. Okay. See this, so you can tell me anything, all this. Use low poly mesh as high poly bake. Oh shit, they're the ones that made this rift? Shit, I didn't know that. Alright, and then we're gonna do oh my god, where'd it go? Oh my god. Okay, I need to take a picture though. So this is woo! Foo Fighters, woo! Oh shit. And then we just do base color. Actually, I should do another one with the ambient occlusion. I want another one. Give me another one. How do I have another one? I want another assets for whatever. Some color. Oh, thank God. They actually changed it, so this is just base color now. Okay. So if we did it on material. Oh, this is so rough. Okay, I'll fix it later. Wait, what about this section? Well, we can fix it. Okay. So let's say that this is with the material. And then this is just base color. So it's a lot more flat. Okay, there we go. We're good. Alright. And now we're gonna start making basic colors for everything. Which means I'm gonna take the colors from this file. Okay, I'm off to bed now. Night night, night night. Sleep well. Have wonderful eep. This is the AO. AO. This pillow. I'm glad you think so. Base color. And then this one to this one. And then I'm gonna make this one. No, they should switch. Yeah. Yeah, and then this one will go to this one, and this color will be a white. And this color will be red. And it'll go here. And then we'll make this one blue as well, actually, I think. What colors did I make them in the other one? milkgg, render. Oh, I made them like a monochromatic kind of thing. Not really the vibe here, to be honest. I want to make this a cream color, though. It needs a little bit more of that. This, and then we remove this, and then this one. And we take this color, and then I put it on here, move it from here. So God, I wonder why. I can see it all. You never thought it would all be right. Pictures on the wall. It reminds me that it's not so bad, not so bad. And then we take this color again for this guy. This is going to be the blanket. Actually, we're gonna do it like this. You got to pay if I work again. This is going to be yellow. Another day, you call me, and it's not so bad, not so bad. What? It should be the UV. There we go. To be with you, you're the best day of my life. Actually, do I have a reference of this? I think I have a reference of this blanket. Oh, I don't. I removed it. What? What the helly? What the hell? Yeah, I'm gonna take these colors actually. Those. Oh. Thank you. There we go. And this is going to be mattress. Thank you. This is the bed frame. Sweet little bumblebee, I know what you want from me. Do 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 yada, do 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 da da. Yeah, he's kind of cool. I'm gonna add a small filter to this. Well, this is kind of cool. What the fuck is the thing? Blur direction? What is this? No, blur slope. There we go. God damn. I think I like the posterize effect more, personally. Pixelate? Whoa. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that could do that. Synthesis? Stylization? What the? You. Oh! Oh, it didn't crash. Oh, thank God. Oh, I got real sweaty because of that. What the fuck does this do? I really want to know what that does now, but it doesn't want to let me know. Like less. Yeah. Okay. It's gonna blur it a little bit. And then we're just gonna bring it down a bit. I don't really understand this right here. It's okay. Alright, let's do the blanket. And black mask. Okay. Okay. Oh, my tablet's not plugged in. Man. Oh. Okay. And then man. How about this one? I think it's like too powdery of a brush. Black mask. How about this one, just smaller? I don't think so. Kyle's ink. Ew. Ink random, knife paint. Dry dirt brushed, maybe? It's still a bit much, in my opinion. I don't like that one either. What about this one? Ugh, no. Well, it's Constantinople. It's Istanbul. It's Constantinople. Oh, gosh. Istanbul. Actually, I do want that. Oh, this one. Okay. Make me down to Constantinople. Ooh, I like this one. If only follow path was on. Yeah, I think I like that one more. Okay. Spacing on. And then, oops. Was once New Amsterdam. I didn't change it, I can't say. People just like it better that way. Constantinople, Istanbul, it's Constantinople. Constantinople, it works. Nobody's business but the Turks. Soft light? Make it like a bright blue, maybe? What is the one I'm thinking about? I want to make it a lighter color. I just forgot. Wait, what? No. Turks. Is business but the Turks. What the heck? There was one that made it like lighter. Also, I don't like how I did that. I feel like I'm really non-vibing with this brush. Oh, this one might be nice. Oops. What is the... settings? What is the hotkey for the eraser tool? 2? Okay. Let's do this one. Oops. Oh. The heck? I guess I could just take this color and just make it lighter. Hi, Andrea. How are you doing? I'm good other than being sick. Oh no, how'd you get sick? How are you sick? How'd you get sick? Is it from classes? Is it from those classes? Students in your class not washing their hands? Honestly, I don't know. Valid. It's not from classes for sure. Okay, well, as long as it's not from other people, I guess. Alright, that might be better. There's only 10 of us. You never know. I could sneeze in your direction and then you'd be screwed. I'm sorry that you're sick. How are you? I'm good. I'm just vibing. I'm just texturing this thing. I'm trying to hand paint textures and it's gonna probably drive me insane, but I'm trying to do it anyway because it looks really nice. And a lot of video games do it and I want to do it, but it takes time. And I'm forcing myself to slow down and do it because I need to do it for a TikTok and I want to do it well. Like, I'm so used to going so fast, I think, with a lot of my art projects and art things that I do, that it's like, ooh, you're giving yourself more than 5 minutes to do something? Ew. I'm like, please. Please. I don't like that. Just like that. Am I doing this? It's middle mouse click. I don't have a middle mouse click. The right click. And then right click. Okay. Oh no, this is not what I want. I want the wash one. I got another child. Let me see. I want to see. Can I see? I want to see. What was I doing? Oh, I was gonna change something on my Lycom. Double click, click, middle click. There we go. What do you mean? Why is it working? What the fuck? Oh. Okay, I'm trying to figure this out with my pen. It's kind of hard. Let me see. We see. Oh, he's so cute. Look at him. Look at him. I like the Pikachus are like, don't ever talk to me or my son ever again. I like it. I like it. I like it. Did you get them today?
21.
21? Hi, Bobby. I love a ball. I was so glad. They're so cute. This is so much harder to do with a pen. I'm trying my best, though. Because over the next few weeks, we're going to be in this program quite a bit, so I need to get used to it. It's not bad. Alright, and then... Ew, okay. Alright, I kind of do need the material, though. Dude, psychiatrist upped the dose of my meds, and holy fuck, it hit so hard. Like, in a good way or a bad way, though? Because I, too, up my meds. Teehee. We both got our meds upped. Okay. Actually, I could do it like this. I'm gonna have to do that for... Just that. Like this. I keep clicking B. Both, it helps a lot, so, it helps a lot, but I'm still so drowsy. Understandable, but hey, you'll be unstoppable once your body gets used to the meds, you know? I'm trying so hard to get used to using the stylus for this. Face tracking is off. There you go. True, yeah, you'll be unstoppable. This is so hard. Okay. I need to make this bigger. I don't know if I like this lighter color that I'm using, to be honest, but we'll see. And God for trains, for real, for real. Yeah, thank God for public transportation. Because people who don't have cars and can't afford cars be fucked. Like me. I don't have 2 hours to spend in traffic. That is a mood. That is a mood. Then if I turn this back on, not too bad. Probably soften that though. I hate driving. I keep crashing the whip. No, don't crash the whip. You need the whip to get places. You need the whip to go buy Google gift cards to send to Elaine. Wink. Wink. I've crashed 2 times to the same song. Damn! Maybe don't listen to that song. Maybe that song is just not the song. I hope you have a playlist for like songs I don't listen to in the car. That'd be pretty funny. Something about that song, man. It's getting to you. Actually, I really like how they did that out there. Fuck, how do I rotate it? There we go. I'll buy you a rose. As long as curse, I do, and it's a picture of my total car as the thumbnail. That's crazy, dude. That's amazing, though. I would do that. If I ever got a car crash and a song was playing, I'd be like, okay, this is going in my car crash playlist. Need to activate some PTSD before an event. Just fucking play that playlist. That's what I would do. Don't take my advice, though. My advice is bad. I don't like that. Bed. Save. Okay, I'm almost at my information. Have fun. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Have a great rest of your day. We love you. Dude, I'm so not digging this light yellow. It's just not the play. I think I like that more. I have to try something. Actually, no, that should be on the down. I'll buy you a rose. It's a cute song. What if I did the snow? Nope. There's much more to say about. Nope. Nope. There you go. What's the rotate environment? What was the brush rotate? Sound. Well, look who's inside again. Substance. Hide again. Well, honey. Oh. The fuck? Oh. That doesn't say tool rotation though. Maybe I wanted to do more like this. Factory has started. Overturned. I beg of you. Don't go wasting your emotion. Lay all your love on me. No, I want to go the other way. Let me go. You dear, don't go wasting your emotions. Lay all your love on me. Don't go sharing your emotions. Oh, that went the wrong way, didn't it? It did. Just erase this because I want them all to go the right way. Actually, no, these ones were correct. Actually, ah. Returned. And I do. Don't go wasting your... Okay, so I want them all to go this way. This way. Oops. My mind. Hey, I don't work here, and if I did, I would not tell you shit. I don't work here, but maybe I should. I don't work here, but if I did, I should. I don't like how that is going. Eek. Going way too far out of the zone. The vibe zone. Oh god. Oops. I don't work here, and if I did, would not save your kid. I don't work here, I should. If I did. I quite like this. I don't work here, but if I did, I'll send the shit. Yeah, I should. I did even. For the horse, I just bought a horse. Just bought a horse. Named him Reggae. I just bought a horse. I think I should do it from here. He's looking hungry, so I don't know what he eats. Goes to sleep. He's gone. Where did I go wrong? Lit for the horse. Let's try this again. I just lost a horse. I just lost a horse. I think I'm doing this inversely. Oops. Was not my house. Was not my house. Let's look like Ricky. I'm stuck up. Go to prison. Thank you for the song request. I need my glasses. I can't see. I'm gonna get my glasses really quick. Alright, I'm gonna see if this helps. Here's a song I crashed to. What the fuck? I was gonna say, ooh shit, funk music? I fucking love funk music, bro. I have a whole playlist. I can't believe this is the song that you crashed to. Let me put my glasses on so it matches. Okay. That kind of helps. I can't believe you crashed to this song. I mean, I get it. This shit would make me want to go fast. I really don't know if this is helping at all. I put my glasses on in hopes that it would help, but I don't actually know if it's helping. I'm a great driver. I believe that you're a better driver than I am, Vexed. I wholeheartedly believe. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Was it because you were going too fast, or is it just because, like... I just want to know, I guess, if you were going too fast. Because, like... Valid? Especially with this song? Fucking valid. Okay, so this... Ah! Oh my god. Oh, please. I'm, like, still using my mouse. Hold on. I don't need that much room for my keyboard if I'm doing it like this. The first time I pulled a turn when I shouldn't have. Second time, yes, I was really too fast and couldn't stop in time to miss the person in front of me. Thankfully, the only injuries. Oh! Did it leave a 6 scar? Sorry if that's rude to ask, actually. Sorry. It's not sorry. I just think scars are cool. But I'm glad that you are okay. Sorry if my response was a bit inappropriate. I love you, and I'm glad that, you know, you won't get in car crashes as long as you don't listen to that song on the road. You know? Like, you could see it that way, is that you just won't get in car crashes as long as you don't listen to that song in the car. I did, and I love my scars. They are proof of how strong I am. Yeah. Yeah. That's how I see them, at least. A little bit here. I don't know if my glasses are actually helping me or not. I feel like they're helping my eyes to focus. I've never worn my glasses at my computer. I don't tend to, because I just can't see things far away. But that far away distance has been getting a lot shorter as I've gotten older. True, I just need to remove it from my yeah, that would be a good idea. That would that would probably be a pretty safe idea there, bud. I think this one I fucked up, I think it's gonna rain soon. It got dramatically colder in the last, like, hour. I think it's gonna rain. I also hear, like, thunder. That's, like, another big part of it. There we go. There we go. Hi, Moira! I feel like such a nerd wearing my glasses while I draw. But I feel like it's helping see, like, the tiny incremental differences in the brush strokes. Yeah, okay, and then I'm gonna fix this part. Oops. Do you wear glasses, Vexed? Usually I only wear them when I go outside, and even then sometimes I'll forget. But I should wear them more often, to be honest. My glasses doctor, last time I saw them, said I didn't have to wear them while I was at my desk, but I'm starting to think that might not be true anymore. I got my first pair 2 years ago. Oh, cute. Were you one of those kids? I was one of those kids, where I always wished I had glasses, and then I got glasses, and then I'm like, eh. I want this to be more gradient out. Open up the door. No, I was too tough and tumble. Understandable. Hi, Gingy. Thank you for the cheek pep. How you doing? Fuck my check-in! Oh my god! Stop talking to me when you're cooking food, Vexed. My god. Bro, sometime you're gonna be like, you burnt my chicken. I'll be like, it's not my fault. So thank you for the check-ins, everyone. Oh, I don't like the rotation of that. There we go. I think that looks pretty good. Food only burns if your vibes are bad is crazy. You're lucky Pixels isn't awake. I feel like he'd have a lot of choice words with you. He's burnt food a few times, but to be fair, the vibes were off on all of those days. So. I think this is actually looking pretty good. I'm doing fine. Drawing some Twitch overlays for a friend. They wanted to do one with their 3 cats. I'm super excited to show her the sketches. How are you? I sound like a broken record, always saying how I'm watching the VODs, praying I get to get you live. You're totally fine. I'm actually planning to start streaming like later, like stream until much later in the evening if that works for your schedule. Because my roommate brought up a very good point, and I've made this comment a few times, is like because I mean, I don't know if you know, but I would love to be a streamer full time, and so I've been kind of like looking at when you know, I'm getting a bit more viewers, and it seems to be at night, and that makes sense because people aren't working. So ooh, I don't like that that's so orange. I don't want it to look so dirty though, because this looks dirty. I'm gonna like scoot my tab a little bit. Maybe that's better. The door. I feel like I don't like that either. Hi, Pixels. Hi. And Gingy, also, you can be a broken record as many times as you want. Clearly, they are immaculate. Yeah, well, we were talking about you can only burn food if your vibes are off. My food is great. Your food is great. Go back to sleep. I wasn't saying your food is bad. I just thought you would be like, no, you can burn food if you look away from it for too long. I thought that's what you were gonna come in and say. Go back to sleep. It's always good to watch the VODs while I do everything so I can hear you laugh and have fun. I've been a little too busy to catch you IRL, but hopefully soon I can drop off your... Yay! Yeah, I'd love that. Maybe we could get, like, lunch or something. Or dinner. Depending. Or just have Pixels make us food. That is not the right button. Okay, good night. You heard me talking shit and he comes in here. Food only burns if you have hate in your heart. Much like... I like Taco Bell. What do you mean? I like it. I like Taco Bell. It's like one of my favorite fast foods. We are gonna get Jollibee here soon, though. I don't know how I feel about this color. I feel like I'm putting it in the wrong place, first of all. Oh, shit. Okay, maybe not there. Let's do it here. Let me to this. Not Culver's is the best fast food. I went to a Culver's like once. I wouldn't say that like Taco Bell is objectively like the best. It's just one of my favorites. Yeah, why is this like not working the way I want it to? I mean, I could make it like muddier, but I feel like that'd make it look sturdier, but we'll try it. I just wait for you all my life. What the fuck is happening here? Oh, it's something else. It's from this? Oh my god. This. There you go. Okay. I feel much better now that I know why that was like that. Okay. I just love that you can get free ice cream for filling out a survey. It's so nice to get after lunch. That's very valid. That is very valid. Get a little treat. Get a little nice little sweet treat. Also, I put my grapes in the freezer today. I like don't like the way I'm doing this, but I'm gonna stick with it anyway because I want to try. I think it's because it's just so dark. We did darken at 42. we go. Now it looks better. You can barely see it. Yippee! Not that far. Set me free, my honey bee. Honey. Goodbye, it was nice to know you. Things that I'll never know. I love myself. And then I wouldn't put that there. Put it on the other side. Myself. Honey bee. Oh, goodbye. It was nice to know you. How I find myself with that I'll never know. Let myself go. Goodbye, where there's the end enough. Oops. I know. I let myself go. Myself. Oh. Oh. Keeps like blipping and I don't like that. Without you. Right. I kind of want to add like a soft bit of like. Oops. Like a little bit. Oops. Oops. Oh, fuck. Oh, that looks weird. Why does that look so weird? There we go. I'll show you. been making like the strokes like too small. Yeah, I think I like the bigger brush strokes. Let me add that to this one. Let me also put this on top. I feel like I'm getting a little lost in this one, but that's okay. Alright, and then on this side. I like this one. Like I'm like trying to balance it looking like fucking hair and it fucking looking like brush strokes. I feel like it maybe is too much. There you go. Now I'm just gonna add, I think, a general highlight and low light to these guys. Add a black mask. Alright. A bit smaller. This is gonna be a lot darker. Oop. Oop. Yeah, and this way. I think this will be lighter, and this side will be darker. Let's do it here. Like feather it out a bit. Back tears we hold back tears. Afraid of change. That's why I stay the same. I'll pack my bags on the road. To love you better than I do, darling, you remind me every day. Not enough, but I'll still stay. Afraid of change. That's why I stay. I'll pack my bags and to love you better than I, darling, I know. Remind me every day, not enough, but I'll still stay. Every day, enough. Then this way. Hi, Moira. Hi, kitty baby. Oh, to the young bells. Oh god. Ugh. I want this to start the same color and then gradient out. Yeah. Go. And then rotate it for this top portion. It should be like a line, a thick almost line, where this blanket is. Oh, my eyes are tweaking, bro. I can feel my eyes tweaking. Alright, and then we do that on the other pillows. It's kind of like this line where this lays. I might add a little bit more to this pillow, I think. Hold on. I think it's better if I look at it here. I think it's this portion. So maybe on the other side. And then this way. Really? Oh my goodness, chat, you heard him. You liar? You might be a liar, chat. It got real fucking quiet. This is this pillow, I think. What pillow piece is this? None of these. Okay. Hello, Spotify? Okay. That was strange, but that's okay. Just wanna try. Oh, there they are. It's like, where the fuck are the other ones? We want this part. Thank you for the little boobies. The boobies. Hi, what's up? Fuck. I don't like that. Ooh, why don't I like it? Stop. Yeah, rotten right to the core. There we go. I feel like there will be one right here. So kind of this pillow being behind it and stuff. And then this one. Feeling alone to you. Feeling alone to you. Is that this? I don't think that's this pillow. What pillow am I drawing on? I think it's this pillow. The fuck? What pillow am I drawing on? Which one of these guys? What's this one? I want this to be gradient. There you go. I almost want to make it more. Oops. More refined here, I think. There you go. Abracadabra, abracadabra. Cadabra. I think I'd want to blur this out a little bit. Okay. That was not terrible, I think. I'll change that, like, later, but I think... Blah, 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 blah. How did I do this in the other texture? Did I make a pattern for it? I did. Good job, bruh. Green color. Add paint. Nope, add fill. This is for the blanket. I could settle with that. Overlay? I guess that's fine. Right below though? Oh, I see. I think it might actually have to be a screen. Give me the slit. Boop, 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 boop. It just have to be a normal, and then I'm gonna have to just modify this highlight. People say I'm bonkers. I just say for free. Love, there's nothing crazy about me. I think that's better. Nothing crazy about me. Oh no. Okay, then we can take a picture of this. And the material. Oops. No. Alright, there we go. Think I'm bonkers. I just live for free. Nothing crazy about me. I should have. I think I should have softened the whole blanket. Yeah, I think it's better. And then I could put the highlight on there. Kiss me, I can tell you miss me. I can tell it hits. It'll be romantic. I'll hit it from the back just so you don't get attached. Alright, let's see how this looks. Whoop. It's kind of cute. I can't spell. Okay. Maybe this blue is just a bit too desaturated. I don't know. I feel like I don't like it as much as I kind of should, but... Can we get like a neutral color to be lighter, maybe? What? Oh, I'm not pressing the button, that's why. Ooh, this one's good. And I'll just lessen it. Oh God, Jesus. You know, I just had a revelation. So I visited my family a year ago around this time, and my dad had met Pixels the first time like a few months before that. I think in person, kind of formally, as my significant other. I had risen from my nap. How was your nap? Good nap. And then, but I went back to my parents' place after that, and I was like, I, in some cases, you know, I always wanted my dad to be like, if you hurt my daughter, and stuff, but he never really did that. He always memed about it when I was growing up, but he never actually did that, which, unfortunate or not unfortunate, each to their own. But you know, and then I think the last time I saw him, like, I was like, are you gonna do that? Are you good? I like kind of upfront told him like, are you gonna do that for me? And he's like, no, you don't live under my roof. Why would I care? And I was like, oh. But I guess that took it as like I wanted to tell him something, and my mom brought it up when I went back a year ago. And she's like, oh, well, you know, it just sounded like you wanted to tell your dad something. And I'm like, yeah, I wanted him to be my dad in a way, you know. I just wanted him to be like, oh, you know, if you hurt my daughter. Because, you know, I've never had that happen. No one's ever done that to me. Other than, like, my friends, I guess. Jokingly amongst each other, I guess. But, your dad trusts you to be smart. Yeah, like, I figured that much, but, like, I don't know, I think, because, like, I asked him to do it, I thought he would, like, be like, okay, I'll do it, as, like, a meme, but, he never did, which is, it's fine. That's not really the point of the story. The point of the story is that, my mom was like, oh, it just sounded like, you know, you wanted to tell something to your dad, like, you had some news or something to tell him, and I was like, I just, really, I just wanted to you know, confirm my relationship with a person, and just, I don't know if he was gonna do the dad thing, you know, and, I think the more I think about it, because I just thought about it while I was, like, quietly coloring this, I wonder if my mom was expecting me to be like, I'm pregnant or something. Cause like I think she's always been afraid of like teen pregnancies because my grandmother got pregnant with her when she was like a teen. My mom got me when she was way later in life, so she never had the teen pregnancy thing, but my grandmother did. And I was just like, I wonder if that's what she was talking about. First few meetings couldn't have been worse than the one time I fell asleep on the couch and ended up staying the night unintentionally. I mean, that's kind of nice though that they didn't kick you out. They could have been like, Kiwi's girlfriend or our daughter, wake him up so he can get out of here. You know, they must have liked you enough to be like, it's okay, he's sleeping. You know. I don't know, because, like, I just thought about it. I was like, I wonder if my mom thought, like, I wanted to tell my dad, like, oh, I'm preggers, but I'm not. I'm not. I'm on too much birth control for that, but it's like, I wonder if that's what she was expecting, because it was like, it kind of seems like she was expecting for, like, some type of announcement, and I was like, my announcement is I asked my dad to act like a shotgun father like he's been acting my entire life. That was, like, kind of it. I was working nights at the time and was yeah, so I just think, they're just nice people and they liked you. And you were probably just, he was like, the boy's nice enough. Let him stay on the couch. He's a working boy. I mean, I don't know what your father-in-law sounds like. I don't know why I always pictured all father-in-laws to sound like my dad. My dad doesn't sound like that either though, but kind of. He's like a soft countryman a little bit. It sounds like she might have thought you were hinting at abuse. He was right there, though. The thing is Pixels was with me. Pixels came back home with me. Pixels came home with me, and I don't wear pants. I don't wear pants. I wear jackets, but, like, I have them rolled up. Like, my sleeves are always rolled up. So... Oh, maybe it was me abusing him. Yeah, maybe it was me abusing him. Imagine coming out to your parents, hey, mom and dad, I abuse my sleep. Like, that's crazy. It'd be kind of funny, though. Because Pixel and I meme about that sometimes. Because I'm very weak, so when I like smack Pixels on the arm, it's like nothing. Think of Moana's dad, but retired Navy. Oh, that's so nice. That kind of seems actually kind of fun. I feel like I made this shading a bit too dark, but I think I did. I think I have to fix it. Hold on, I have to check something. I dare you hurt sweet Pixels. Come, baby, let's go cook. Yeah, but it'd be me and my dad cooking. Or him and my dad cooking, but because my dad's the cook. My dad is the cook. But, yeah, probably. We were talking about, so I don't know if you remember this, but when we went back to Colorado to see my family, my mom was like, do you have any announcements for us between the two of you? And we're like, not really. Not really. And I was wondering if she thought I was gonna tell her I was pregnant. Because you were there. My mom and dad were there. I don't know. Isis, welcome to the cold of Dionysus, run away. There you go. Are your family still here? I wonder if I ran it. Oh, probably. Maybe. It's very possible. I'll just give you a photo to print out and you can just see if you've ever seen them. Yeah, I don't know. There were a lot of things that, oh yeah, man, I don't imagine you to remember any of that. It was just kind of like an offhanded thing that like my brain decided to remember, and I was like, was she expecting me to say I was pregnant? Because it just feels like something my mother would be like, are you the pregnant? And I'd be like, no. I paid too much, I paid too much money to not be, to be, you know? Is this happening? I can't see. There we go. There's wrestling happening below me, but I don't think I can care right now. I'll laugh if I delivered a fridge to them because I delivered to some to my wife's extended family before our wedding. That's not impossible. I will say that's not impossible because my parents... Well, I don't know how long ago we got our fridge, though. Well, I don't know. It's very possible, though. Because I was like, wait a second. Because we had our neighbors help us bring the fridge in. But yeah, someone else could have dropped it off, which I think is likely. So my dad could probably play the drop-off fee because we didn't have a truck big enough. But he probably was like, I'll bring it in the house. I'm a macho man. I got this. Across the country right now. Alright. I like that I was like, I'm done with this, and then I kept going. I do want to make, like, a wood pattern, though, in a minute. To see how that looks. Because there's, like, a type of patterning that, like, I've been using for all of my overlays that I would like to see how it looks in all the wood I have. So, let me do that really quick. Hey, did you guys know you got a fridge from one of my viewers? That'd be fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, my parents have been there my whole life, so. And I don't think they have any plans on moving. Not for a while, at least. Okay, I'm gonna go in here. Like, I kind of started making, like, a pattern. I gotta make a new thing, though. I'll just make it 1K, because I really think it won't matter. Of those kind of deliveries, though, especially since 50% of the time I get paid to go back and take it inside. Yeah, that is nice. Alright, I have to remember how I do this. Because I don't remember how I do this. I do remember, I'm being silly. I don't know if I can offset. I'm gonna have to check. I'll have to, like, rasterize it, I think. Probably. Because I don't know if, this program has an offset. Like an image offset tool. You kind of a bitch if it doesn't, though. It could also be that your dad talked to Pixels in private because that's what my father-in-law did. I will be honest. Are you making a brush? No, I'm making a pattern. I'm making a pattern. Because I want a tileable pattern. I don't think that's possible though, because Pixels and I were inseparable at the hip. I think there was only one time that I wasn't around Pixels, and that was when we went to my grandmother's house, but I went outside anyway. Not that I don't trust my dad with him. I just... I'm a baby. I think though, no, that makes sense. That's how my wife and I were too. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I was thinking about something. Oh, if I told my parents, I was like, hey, you guys got your now she's sick of me. Damn, I'd never be sick of Pixels. Maybe someday, but not anytime soon. Okay, not like that. But yeah, I think if I told my parents, like, hey, you guys know that your Samsung fridge actually was delivered by one of my viewers? Isn't that crazy? They'd be like, we don't know what that means. They'd like look at me like they'd be like, okay. I'd be like, it means something cool and you guys don't realize it. That's okay. My parents are of a bit older of a generation than, I think parents that have kids my age, I'd like to say. I think my dad's like 60 something. Pixel has the benefit of knowing how to cook. I have let's see what we can make with what skills we have. That's valid. I think if it wasn't for Pixels, I'd be definitely eating a lot more PB and J's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So just say internet friends. Oh, that's valid. My mom does understand internet friends. My parents do understand internet friends. Because I took online schooling. All of my schooling was, well, I guess more of my important years were through high school. Okay, how do I offset an image? Offset image affinity designer. Contour tool, depending on the strokest and the affine filter. Huh? My in-laws are in their late, or 60s and late 50s, and my parents are in their late 40s. Yeah, my parents are older than your parents, Kiwi. My parents are older than your parents. No, that's not what I want. Okay. That's fine. I'll just do it the hard way. Oh shit, how the fuck did I do that? Wait, no. 512. Okay, I can do it like... Oh, right, I forgot. I could just do it like that. What the fuck? I'm stupid. Oh, I'm stupid, chat. Oh, damn it. Oh my god, this is so much harder than I thought it would be. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna redo this. I'm silly and I did this weird. My mom had me 2 months after she turned 18 and my dad had... Yeah, so we're like the opposite. We're like the opposite then. Kind of cool. Because my mom had me when she was like 35, I think. I don't want to do this. You know what I could do instead? I think I could just do it in here. I think I could just not be dumb and I could think I can just do it in here. How does this work? Smudge along path, paint along path. I found out a few years ago that my bio dad was a loser who was 26 with a fresh out of high school. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, it'd be so much easier if I could just. Oh, charcoal looks nice. I'm actually a year older than my grandma when she had my mom. Late night lore. That's cool. That's so cool, actually. That's kind of cool. How do I do this? Well, I got the footage. So, what does Elaine want to do? Elaine wants to... I'm gonna go grab my pod, BRB, no problem. Elaine has an idea. Elaine has an idea. File open recent. Open new. Let's see. Somehow they aren't divorced. That's unfortunate. You say it like that, and I say that's unfortunate. I'm sorry. Was definitely a question that I had from my parents for a while. I think I'm just gonna do it. Nope. No, get out. Thank you. Document setup. Color transparent. Okay. Export. PG. Textures. Logos. Wood. Import resources. Add resources. Textures. Logos. Wood. Texture. Import. Add black mask. Add. Wait, no, it should be just the space color. Should do. No, that's a good thing. But they would be so pissed if I did that. That's valid. There's rarely, honestly. Okay, so the fuck am I doing? My brain is understanding what I'm trying to do. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this. Welcome back. I could try to light it up. Actually, that doesn't look terrible. Oh, go away. I think what I'd have to do is line it up per thingy. Black mask. What? This one. There you go. There you go. I turned 29 next month and I still feel like a kid. I'm only 20, but I feel so old. That's a mood. I'm 25. I'm right in the smack dab middle. I'm in the smack dab middle. It's okay, Bessies. We'll get through it. We will get through it. Don't you worry. Mentally, I'm physically valid. Mentally, I'm hamster. Physically, I'm hamster. That's your favorite main cow for you. Oh shit. The fuck is it? It would be like, no. It'd be like this part, I think. Nope. Oh, we could do it like that. Yeah. Yeah. What the fucking color is this? No. Oh, I made it that color? That's crazy. Really? That's crazy. That's so light, though. There was a hair on my hand. It freaked me out, dude. That's why I was quiet for a hot second there. I was like, excuse me? Actually, could we do... Oh, I'm clicking the wrong button. But the color of all the wood that I use is like this color. Oh my god, it's so light. That's crazy. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Not that I guess it matters, actually, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Hold on. I didn't do this. Hold on. Oh, that's the mattress. This one. Oh, I should do it this way. Oh, this is this song. I'm gonna be honest, this song is very bipolar. Is up with this. It's another one, that's why. One TikTok I decided was too long to send you was a guy who does this, but he made a program where it tracks the mapping by physical water painting. Whoa, that's actually really cool. That's fucking epic. Yeah, well, I do it by hand. But yes. Lost it. No, fine. Oh my god. The fuck? Why did you do this? Why would you do it like this? Ew, what the fuck? Ew, what the fuck? Why are you like this? Oh, what the fuck? The fuck? Go away. Yay! Set. Orange shells, good lord. That little like squeaky voice reminds me of Iron Mouse. Boom 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 boom, and now I'm in her room. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. There we go. Should be space for one more days. One more days. Where does it go? Right here, I think. I feel like. Just like squeeze it in there. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Yep. Where my babe? My babe. That boom 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 boom. Now I'm in her room. Boom 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 boom. I'll bake all these again. The song reminded me of the other day when my normie sister-in-law and I had a brief interest in overlap of music. Oh, does she like Baby No Money? Fuck yeah. Baby No Money's pretty pog. I will say I do feel bad that Markiplier just thinks that he is, what the fuck? What is happening with this? Ew, what the fuck? What's happening? Oh, I know what's happening. UV perimeter. Edge perimeter. There we go. Da boom 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 boom. Now I'm in her room. Boom boom. We shared this song. Oh. Bandages. Boom 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 boom. I don't know if me and my sister would ever like the same music. I would kind of hope so, but I don't really know. Let me bake those again. My wife and her sister thought he was a crypto too when... Oh my god! That's crazy. What do you mean? If he was a crypto, it would be BB coin, not BB no money. It wouldn't be BB money. It'd be BB no... Like, you know... It'd be different. Oh my gosh. What does this mean that you are weird? Why are you like this? Because the ambient occlusion? Do I need to replug in the ambient occlusion? Is that why? Probably. No? Oh my god. What do you mean no? I blur it more? What the helly? What the hellia? What the helly? I don't want to make it like that, though. Okay. The only real crypto is Hawk. Wait, no, it's Tua. That's crazy. That is crazy. I can't believe they actually made those into cryptos. It's weird. I don't know how to feel about it. One. And then... Ew, it's like really weird. Uh-oh. Oh, chat. Uh-oh. Now what happens? Worse things happen. Got it. Okay, what if I deleted these two edges, though? It's not terrible. Just make sure these are the same. Oh, fuck. I just want to delete those ones. Child. Nuh-uh. That's crazy. My wife and her sister are those siblings with the same interests, but one girl is cutesy and the other is an alt aesthetic. I love that. That's so cool. I hope I made like the wood grain too big. Did I make it too big? Did I make it too fucking big, chat? Fuck. Okay, what about like that? What side is this? Still feels too big. I'm looking at the wrong side. That's crazy. Okay, so that looks like that. This one. Wait. Oh, that's why. That's crazy. Okay. I even have another banana cream pie. What the fuck? Why are you eating so much banana cream pie? And why are you not sharing? That's the other question. Fuck. I don't like it on here. The fuck? Why is this different? The fuck? There we go. Put the other half of your in your parents' Sam stuff. Thank you. Thank you. My dad might eat it. Probably. My mom might eat it. Actually, my mom might be the one to eat it. Oh my god, there's still a hair on my hand. Freaking, where the fuck is it coming from? I thought I took it off my hand. What the fuck? Freaking me out. I don't know how I feel about this. I want to like invert it. I want to invert it. I want a darker wood. I don't think I hate that. There's only two solutions. Cut off the hand or burn down your room. What? What is... What? What the helly? What the helly? What are we talking about? What? What did I say to... What did I say to invoke this? What? The fuck? It's not this one. It's this one. Okay, that's not gonna do anything. Okay. I hate the feeling of finding my wife's hair. Oh! Oh! Okay, gotcha. Okay, I get it. It's because of the hair. Got it. Yeah, I'm starting to have, like, longer hair. And it's, like, it's freaking me out a little bit. Around my toes, that's crazy. How long is her hair? I mean, I'm growing out my hair because I want it to be the same length as my VTuber so I can braid it, but... Yeah. Alright, let me look at the... Video editing, art tips, 34. Screenshots. How does this look? It's the, like, the difference, okay. My guy has her mid-back, which makes you shorter than it used to be. That's crazy, but that's really cool, though. Furniture. Edit. I don't trust myself that I did this right, so I'm just gonna boop. Increment and save. Life imitates art. Become maincoow. I will. Don't worry, I will. I mean, her and I are basically the same. The only real difference between her and I, is I don't have red eyes or animal characteristics. Which could be a lie, depending on how you take animal characteristics, because I do act like a cat and a cow a lot of times. So there you go. I just noticed like I was veering. Alright, there you go. Bed frame. Exclude all except for this guy. Exclude all except for this guy. Blanket. Exclude all except for this one. Exclude all except for these ones. Screamin'. They done with the screamin'. It's all a vibe. It is a vibe. Alright. I'm going to bake this at a lower thing because I don't want to kill my computer. Oh! What's the Twitch update? Let me hear it, boss. What's going on? What's happening? Do a lot. 25. This is crazy. Okay. Open, face, sleep, everything on the team. Alright, it would be this one, this one, this one, this one. Fuck, that's crazy. Drop berry creamin', shorty got me dreaming. Oh my god. My glasses had a reflection in the corner of it. I thought it was a bug. Gotta eat me like a bug. Gotta eat me like a bug, child. You gotta eat me like a bug. Apparently the sub discounts that randomly happen, the streamer and Twitch share the cost of the discount, and it's an opt-out system. I don't think I'd opt out of it, but that's interesting to know. Pepper, strawberries and grape. Dr. Pepper, strawberries and grape. That's 0.5. Dr. Pepper, strawberries and grape. Why do you look so bad? What the fuck? Ew, what the fuck? What? Hold on. Oh, it's because it's so low res, I think. Okay. That's okay. I'll deal with the rest of that another day. Alright, I gotta work on commission. Recent, this one. Alright. That's fucked up. I fucked that up. Okay. Alright, and then we do the other side. And no, they don't. They have dome here. Good lord. Fuck yeah, Kiwi. Don't mind me dying. Oh, fuck yeah. That's fun to see. Stinky. Stinky. Stinky poo poo. These even. Just make this come down more. There we go. Ooh, I'll fix this one too. There you go. And then the inside color is gonna be queen. Go ween. Okay, this is you. There you go. Should be on time. Oh my god. Breaker. Oh, do you see that Megan Thee Stallion is featured guest at DreamCon this weekend? What is DreamCon? And considering I'm asking what is DreamCon, no. But that's cool because she is like she does cosplay and stuff, so it's cool. When do I get invited to a convention? That's the real question, chat. When is it my turn? I'll do this very modularly is my plan, I think. It's a blurred convention? Okay, I'm even further lost. I just lost my touch, chat? What are all these newfangled things? Nerd stuff for oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense then, you know, to be honest. Makes a lot of sense why they would invite them. I think she's like, for like a female rapper, she's one of the more nerdy ones. Similar to Doja Cat in my mind. Like just kind of that level of nerdiness. So it's 14, no, it's 8. Okay, thank goodness. Save up for MumbleCon next year and carry you around like how... Hell yeah. And secretly, I'll just be there. I'll go with you. Secretly, I'll be there with you. We just don't tell anybody. I'm actually in the bathroom. What's your skin tone? It's pale. Cool. Hide the typewriter because I can't see. Make your cutout into a silent auction. Hell yeah, dude. I'd be down for that. There we go. Back. Oh shit, that R roll was nice. You streaming from the bathroom sounds like a 90s movie plot. Something Miss Doubtfire or White Chicks. Hell yeah, I love those movies. Those are my favorite movies. Cool. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink more water. It's hot today.
Frosty Cray,
Yeah, pizza. Roasty cray, yeah. I can't wait for the succulent Chinese meal or get your hand off my penis to play. There we go. Let's put it on the other side. Oh shit, not that way. Okay, and now we take the neck. And then layer convert to curves? Yeah. No, I want you to be added. There we go. There you go. Which are you working on? I'm working on this person, Zenins. It's for their first YouTube video. So I have to make them writing on a typewriter. I'm gonna be efficient about it because I figured out a way to rotate this chibi so I can just reuse it. Okay, he stepped out of a web note. I know, isn't it cool? Aren't they cool looking? I like their design a lot. They got bright green eyes. But I'm gonna take this color green and then go from there. No, don't do that. Oh, wow. Oh, it's not the same. It's not the same color. What the fuck? Alright, and then delete this one. I love Chloe Robe is a unique touch. The sun blinds me. Queen Eye Gang. Yeah, boy. Yeah, I do too. I like it a lot. Design is cool. Pretty. Yeah. Make this like a middle. I feel like not too many steps. I feel like it's too many steps. And then take one of these. And then I just make it a really dark green so it complements. And then rotate. Oops. There you go. The Punnett square for eye color in my family was all over. Really? That's cool. Mine were just brown. I like my brown though. They're a very dark brown though. This color would become this, but I would make it darker. So it's like the features. So this is, and I put it below the hair. Oop. Yeah, I do like that. Flip it. There you go. It should be pretty equivalent. A little bit more this way. My father's parents blue and brown, his green. My mother's parents are green and brown here, hers blue. That's crazy. Me gray. I mean, that's a pretty cool color combination though. High key. High key, that's actually really cool. I just want to make his hair a bit bigger. Then I think I didn't do this right. Fuck. Be a little bit lower than this. Same with this eye. There you go. Control G this. I think I'm gonna keep doing it like this. Just like this. Just like that. I'll take this. A pink. Some constant and little things better than I do. I like my eyes because depending on the environment or what I wear, they're green, blue, or gray. That's really cool, though. Ooh. Very versatile you are. It'd be funny if someone tried to write a book about you. Their eyes, well, they were a blue. Well, so depending on sometimes they were more of a, they were actually more of a gray, you know. A grayish, bluish, greenish kind of color. This looks like he got beat up. I don't think he got beat up. I want to look like he got beat up. My brother has husky blue eyes and my sister has brown eyes that make you think of a nebula. That's fucking sick! What the fuck? Made me jealous of y'all's damn eye colors. Shit. And I just got the brown? I know I'm not related, so I can't be like, oh, well, you guys just gave me... No, but like, still? I just got brown? What the fuck? So, no matter if that's something, no matter if that's something, it's an Eldritch Horror behind the horror. There's a good warm heart. Whoa. Oh, hi, Sachiko. Aww. The only thing that doesn't deserve love are taxes. That's so fucking true. The holy shit. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day. How about you? I'm just doing a little chibi for a commission because I promised them one a day. So I'm doing one a day. Dun, 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 dun. I actually have a huge fan of when a character's appearances slightly change on what looks at them, like Mikasa with Eren and AOT. That's valid. Thank you for the wellness check. If you guys haven't had a wellness check in a little bit, drink water and stretch, please feel free to do so. Okay. Din din. Oh shit, okay. I'm okay. I had a lot of grapes today. Mm. Pixels had a fever dream about pasta, and he made his fever dream. It's really good. It's like a warm. Well, obviously, it's warm. It's like a cheesy. I don't know what to describe it as. It's just like cheesy pasta, but it's like more than that. Pixels explain it. What the fuck, Kiwi? Chugs pineapple Fanta and chokes on bubble. The fuck, dude? That's crazy. Crazy, Kiwi. Is that her showing us how to embody Batman and conquer our fears? Yep. I think it was like a good type of fever dream, though. Oh, fuck. I rotated the canvas. I didn't expect to rotate the canvas. I love this movie. Huh? Yeah, I need you to tell chat what I'm eating. Yeah, you can tell why I finished this drawing.
It's a like caramelized onion and cabbage, tomato spiced mac and cheese with spiced chicken.
Yep. Yep. That was his fever dream. And now I'm eating it. Thank you. Oh, his ears go behind his head. What the fuck? His ears are so tall. Make it lower. Ooh. The mouth isn't in the group. There you go. Yeah, Pixel does that a lot to people, to be honest. And then they try to steal them away from me. But what most people don't have that I have is a pussy. And a nice pair of tits. I don't know why my face tracking keeps, like, rotating. Do not do that. Welcome to the late night show where Elaine just kind of says stuff. Alright. Yeah, for the head patch, that's cool. Ha ha ha. Hi, okay. We're good. These I can turn off for now. What the fuck? I saw you move his mouth through your monitor. I saw you move his mouth through your monitor instead of the main screen. I just thought you were doing a hello. Hello, princess. That'd be funny. Hello, princess. I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. I can't believe Pixels, you know, the one thing I'm surprised Pixels didn't comment on, chat, is the fact that I'm wearing my glasses. I never wear my glasses. It's not radius, it's offset. Nice. And then we do the same thing with the hair. We duplicate the hair because I'm a little tired. Main, and now I want to figure point that looks like BLT's paw. Hell yeah, that'd be so cute. I'm so brain rotted. It's okay. You're brain rotted for the right reasons, though. You're brain rotted because of us. Because of us here at the Milk Club, and that's a good thing, you know? I'm taking a widow boykie to eat my din din. So I don't want it to get cold. If it gets cold, it'll suck balls. I can do the same thing with the typewriter onto the clothes. There we go. Milk Club, we don't have our sour milk, but the FDA doesn't stop us from causing rain rot. Exactly. Hey kid, you ever have high functioning brain rot? No, you're about to get it, son. One more on here. Oh shit, that is weird. That's okay. Let's make it not so far. I mean, it's better than brain rooms. That's true. It's very true. I'm gonna steal something from Salute Demo because I'm lazy. Give. Paste. On your process of mine. There we go. Give it the other way though. So it kind of fits. This. What else am I forgetting? And the head shadow, the head highlight. What? I want you to be erased. Ew, what the fuck? Why did you like reset? What the fuck? That's so gross. Don't do that. Okay, I did that wrong. Should be this way. Thank you for the boop. Hope you're having a wonderful night. I just realized a part of this is not right. Okay. I'll fix it in a second. this softly. Ooh, I don't like this at all. Oof. Oof. Why don't I like it? Hi, you're still here. I am. Hello. How's your internet? Is your internet better? There we go. Out of curiosity, I started an audiobook and it took less than 30 seconds for my jaw to drop. That's crazy. Australian, but it's letting me watch now. Well, I'm glad it's letting you watch. I'm sorry that's being a butt. How the fuck do people do hair highlights, bro? Man, that's not bad, actually. Solid ink pen. La 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 la. I don't exactly like that because I did it like off center. There you go. Yeah, I like that. You feeling longer streams this week? So I was talking to my roommate in Pixels about it. I'm trying longer streams because, as you know, I would love to be a full-time content creator. And I have noticed that I do have, maybe, I think, I don't actually know, a bit more viewers later at night. So I am trying it out. Won't lie, I am much more tired after stream. But, I mean, what I'm doing off stream and what I'm doing on stream is the same. I'm just, if I'm doing it on stream, then I'm not being quiet. I get to talk to people. Makes my existence a lot less lonely. But, you know. Teach their own. This would go inwards, I believe. I'm probably gonna be late night streamer because I'm a night owl. That's valid. But I always start later too if it helps. I thought about it, but I don't know. Starting at 2 helps me like get out of bed because this is all I do. This is my job. That's valid. Oh, hi! I'm working on you. I'm also eating dinner. I didn't see the artwork until I realized who it was. It's me, it's you. We were complimenting your design because you look like you came straight out of a web novel and it's really cool. Waking up late as hell is based. That's valid. That is valid, but I have to take care of the house. Then I'd rather just last longer. Same since that's when I don't have other restaurants unless I can quit and have my own office. Hell yeah. That should be, I think it's done. I just need to put my little stamp on it. J. Joe from Windbreaker. It looks really cool. I like it a lot. God damn it. Little tiny, and then we just make it a soft light, and then we make it like barely visible because I'm lazy. I don't really care. Because who would want to steal my art? Wink. That didn't wink. Wink? Hello? Face track? Wink? Oh. My face tracking is being weird. Why is my face tracking being weird? Why are you being weird? Wink? Oh, it's because my glasses. Oh, wink? There you go. I'm stealing it out. Elaine, what do you think about the movie back here? What do you think about moving back here and setting up a You'd have to pay me a lot of money to move back. I left Colorado for a reason. Unless you can give me a lot of money and a chauffeur. Probably gonna stay here. Why don't you come here? We can do a creature type VTuber studio here. Why don't we do that here? Because if we're poor, we'll still have healthcare. The artist did such a cool job with the concept, although my VTuber wants to play with the clothes and colors since it's kind of too green. That's valid. Well, if you ever need me to change any colors, it's super easy. My art style is super easy to modify. And change colors whenever. Like, if you're like, Elaine, my jacket is not green anymore, it's pink. Bam. I don't mind. I'm not really a designer of things. I just like to draw people. Is that your art? No. This is my art. This is mine. This one. Not this cool ass art. This is by someone else. This is by someone else. This is Zenon. No. Yeah, all I can do is this. I can do 3D art and all I can do is this. Alright. This is one chibi. This is one chibi done. It's cool though, it is. Not as she says she birthed me. It's different. It's different, bro. That's different. You're special. You're special. I like this a lot though. This is just, you're like aura maxing and I can't. I don't know. I think it's really cool. I'm not against. I like it a lot. Yeah, I think it's really look. Yeah, no, it looks so good. I don't know. I wouldn't change anything personally. I like it a lot. Be green. Be green. If you want to be green, be green. Excuse me. I want to go back and fix the video editing thing. I can't because I need to take my VOD from today. But I could do the lit unlit section though. Yeah, I could. Because we did this today. Oops, shit. This is it unlit and this is it lit. Look, it looks so different. It does though. Like, it actually does though. Like, it looks a lot more saturated in the unlit version. And that's the sound of me not calling you back. I made that. Isn't it cool? I can feel my brain dying. Maybe I should do this. Show me? Oh, look. Oh, fuck. An update? An update? Skip. Hold on. I'll reopen Substance. Break my heart. Oh, that break. I'm sweating like a dog, bro. I'm sweating like a dog. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to, like, rinse off in the shower after stream. I hate sweating. Biggest fun fact about Elaine, I hate sweating. Here it is, Pixels. This is it in the base color. Let me see. I really like how he did the pillows. I think the pillows look really good. The blanket looks good too. But, like, I think the pillows look really good. I hate sweating too. Dude, it's the worst. I'm like that girl from Victoria Justice, the goth girl. Because she fucking hated sweating too. It's like a fucking mood queen. Thank you. This bed looks so comfy. It's literally... This blanket is one I haven't... Oh, I didn't finish this. Fuck. I just realized something I forgot. It's fine. I'll do it in the other file. Because I have to... Because I made the new file, which is... that's why you have your tongue. You gotta... But, this is what it looks like in the scene with the other pieces that I still have to texture. Oh, no, fucking base color, bro. So, I just remembered, though, I have, like... I don't know if you can see it in here. There's, like, this, like... This information on it. Oh, fuck! And they're black and... Oh, fuck me, bro. I forgot the stars are different colors, too. I'll work on that later. I fucking forgot the quilting, yeah. That's crazy. Lit, unlit, and an unlit scene. Lit versus unlit. Let me just do that really quick. Lit Lova. Mr. Lova Lova. Mr. Lova Lova. Classic Elaine smile. I always forget something. I give it the cheek pat. Are you making your bedroom? I am. I technically have made my bedroom. This is a completely like. Hold on.
You disrespect my family.
You disrespect me.
Poopy babies. You punched my wife.
You punched my wife. You kick my fucking baby.
You ate our house.
You ate our fucking house. I haven't heard that part. But yeah, no, it's literally the scene behind us. It's there. I put it in Unreal Engine 5. But I'm doing it again because I'm crazy. I'm crazy like that. I don't play as long again. I went to school to do this, guys. Isn't that cool? Isn't it cool? I went to school to know how to do these things. Oh, this has to go behind it. Fuck. Okay. I was just gonna make a backdrop in The Sims. Dude, that's what I fucking did, though. Yo, that's what I fucking did. High key, that's what I did. And then I sent it to someone, and I was like, make it. And then I didn't like how they made it, and then I made it myself, because I didn't make it the way I wanted them to make it. Yeah, no, I went to school to make 3D assets for video games, and then I became a VTuber. Smile. And I video edit all day long. Okay, there is a difference. I can see the difference in the video. Okay. Honestly, Basic came out so good. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it, because I like it. I'm just changing it up a little bit. Sure. Montic. Let me stretch you. Stretch. Lit. Lit versus unlit. God damn it. Unlit. Fantastic. Unlit. Oh God. Also known as unlit. I actually might. And then add track, and then main has I'm trying, dog. I'm low-key dying a little bit on the inside. I'm not gonna lie, my soul is dying. It's mainly because it's hot. It's because it's fucking, I'm sweating, and I don't like to sweat. Sweating makes me angry. You're good to go. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, cool. What temp is it over there? 82 degrees. It's a slightly warm 82 degrees. It's not that hot. I don't like sweating. If I sweat, it makes me upset. Plus side of moving back, it's been rainy and cool for 2 weeks. It's been rainy here for the last little bit. It's just today is hot. I don't want to think about the dry summers over there, man. The dry summers over there are fucking kill. I went, to be fair, I'd prefer less humidity, but still. You'd have to pay me a lot of money, I'm gonna be honest. You had to pay me a lot of money. There are reasons why I moved out. I'm gonna have the power. Do I have the power within my tiny little soul to work on this? Yeah, I think that's who you'd have to convince, to be honest. Save, I guess. I haven't done that. I did a raw one. Colorado attacked me. It did. That's true. It did. High humidity is awful. Today has been cool for the first time in months. Jesus Christ, Zenon. Move! That's cooking people temperatures. You can cook things at those temperatures, boyo. I don't want to work on these right now. I'm gonna be real fucking. I don't want to work on these right now. Work on them another day. Work on them tomorrow. I'll work on them tomorrow. This is good now. I can undo this. Yeah, just move. It's 50 degrees for me. I don't miss that sounds nice. I wish it was cold. Alright, I guess I'll work on this just a little bit more. So I'm glad I installed a new AC next to my bed. Yeah, we're gonna install our AC, like, soon? Soon? Like, next week? Because I don't want to die. I don't want to die. That's Fahrenheit. I think my country does Celsius. Yeah, we're in Fahrenheit. We speak in Fahrenheit here. I'll punch Colorado in the face for you and join D&D. Wow. I like it. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Kiwi. If I could figure out the logistics to, essentially making a creature house, I would. If I had that much money, I would. It wouldn't be in Colorado, though. So, you're gonna have to move. Do they have a quilt pattern? Pavement. That's crazy. That's cooking people. You cook. You could cook things at that temperature. Let alone should you be living in a temperature that fucking hot. Jesus. Fence shape? Ew. Should be like this. So slowly, time goes by. Oh, I gotta keep fucking it up. It's too small. That's your peak. Oh, Jesus. Zenon, move. Zenon, move. Move for the sake of yourself. Move or else you might die, buddy. I'm worried about you. Let's make it white. Invert. True. Blur off. Screen. Ah! I take that bitch hard. I take that bitch hard. Okay. I think my computer said to not do that. My computer said don't do that, Elaine. I just want to do a little bit. I just want to do a little bit more, please. Please, I just want to do a little bit more. Please. Please. Autumn is the best. Autumn is the best. Autumn and spring are my favorites. Alright, alright. Alright, please. Please. I just want to make you a little bit bigger. I probably it's because I'm pushing it through 2 filters, to be honest. Just want a little bit. Just give me a little bit. Orgasm Fest is the first warm day all year. That's true. Fall is color weather. It's true. I only experience winter, autumn twice every year. My country has 2 seasons, flood or oven. That's crazy. How do you survive? How do you not just die? These have to go below everything. So slowly, so slowly, so slowly. I feel like this is like too much. But it's more than that in like the real blanket, so. Oh damn. Okay. Maybe just not as much. I think that looks okay. Oh fuck. I like this, but I just want it to be smaller. I saw I broke her new charger and I had to find a new one. That's crazy. That's a mood though. Okay, maybe if I made this thicker. Thinner? Thicker? No, thinner. Yeah, no, I'm correct. You know what? Let's do it like this. There we go. Make them thick and then invert them. And blur them. There we go. There you go. Don't. Let me be friends with you first. She completely snapped on the part that goes in her phone. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. She was just like, I'm done with this. Snaps it. That's a good amount of time. 80 is a good amount of time. Look at this, guys. Look at that. I did it. I did it. Save. I don't know what I want to do now. I don't know if I want to play a game for a little bit. So I'm like worked out. I'm cleaning some cash. We did do New York time today. I did it earlier. I would like to uninstall this game. The Clash clean. I have a full block of money in plastic. What the fuck, bro? Earthquake sucks. We had one during work hours. That's crazy. Not scary. What's this? Items you never purchased before on our Mac. New. Oh, okay. Like yesterday. That's crazy. Are you okay? Did anybody get hurt? You okay? I don't know if I want to do more. I could do more. I could play a little bit of Cash Clean Sim. I don't know. I'm like eating my dinner. I just kind of want to go bed. Let's see. Point 2. We've added Steam trading card games. Leaf Blower Company. They make this game? Damn, that looks so satisfying, bro. That's crazy. Was it by the same company? Is it by the same company? Forklift Interactive. Almost a 5.0, but I work on a sky. What? Jesus Christ, Zenon. I better not disappear before I'm done with your commission, man. I want you to see the fruits of your moonies. I would cry. I would too. Oh, actually doesn't look that great. Hello. Hi, Killer. It's going good. I just finished my dinner and I was talking to Chad about whether I want to play a game or not. Because I've worked for the past 9 hours and I think my brain is dead now. We'll do one. We'll do one or two. We'll do one or two. Huh. Alright. Sorry. Alright. Gamer. Let's do casual gaming. What was for dinner? Pixels made us a caramelized onion, cheesy macaroni dish. And it was very good. He made it because he got a fever dream about it. What hat do I have right now? Yay! Hold on, let me do the other one. What the fuck? I'm gonna do this one. Oh, my horns. Haha, I like that this was the hat I had. Monsoons are wild, they are. Super understandable. I saw someone stream a while ago that lasted a whole 8 hours. Yeah, bro. Ew, we be struggling out here. Alright, we gotta take a mission. Oh, The dark net. Masonic. Let's do one of these ones. Betty Oops. 30k euros. Maybe not you. Let's do Billy. Any dollar bills. Well, you texted us, bro. There ain't nothing like a dollar bill. Every big note is a small passenger race. Alright, what are you getting at? Okay. Other price like priceless artifacts rather than any dollar bills. Okay. They're not friends, they're power. Okay, what's in it for me? You like the amount that's left on top. For the art. Alright, I guess I'm an artist in my own way. Okay. Thank you for the check-in. I hope you enjoy your time here. We're comfy cozy, and I usually have a lot more energy than this, but it's what I get for going on for like 9 hours, so. Smile. Alright, I gotta wash. Do I gotta wash all this money? Oh, he knocked over my slide. That's crazy. I can't believe you knocked over my slide. I like that these people are like, you'll like how much is added on top, you know? It's like, but like, I don't get to spend any of this money. I'm guaranteed a gold star each time you are for just checking in because we cherish you here. Because you're my gold star. That's why. Alright, I forgot we got the big boy. We got this guy. We got the big boy one. Which means I don't know if I want these guys here still. Where do I want to put these guys? So a little birdie told me that I might not want to have my cash where I have my cash. So is it star? What was the thing? Hold on. Yeah, hold on, it's been a while, and I haven't made the panels for it yet. Sammy. It is... Star check, triggers? Oh, it's stars, it's just with an S. Why does it sound like I live in hell? I don't know, bro. You tell me. You tell me why it sounds like you live in hell, brother. Nice. 121. Look at you go, Kiwi. Alright, that's there. Where's my fucking pallet thing? I think I parked it, didn't I? Yeah, I parked it. So that means I gotta move my money. I gotta move my money, chat. I don't know where the fuck I'd move it, though. It's not bad here. I swear, I believe you. No, I'm just gonna do this mission. I don't have to deal with it right now. Oh no, I dropped all my money. My dirty money. Shit. Ew, what the fuck do you mean, Kiwi? What the fuck do you mean?
Pet that dog.
No.
Can't pet that dog. Can't pet that dog. Wait, no, not that one yet. I'm gonna have so many of these baggies. I'm gonna presume that they're all dirty. What the fuck is that? Is that a fucking necklace? Is that a fucking necklace? God damn it! Stop pulling bullets in the fucking bags, bro. Stop. It's like they take their guns and they just spill them into the money bags. It's stupid. Don't do that. Piss me off. Oh my god. This necklace, though. It's a very pretty necklace. I know there's a quest with a necklace. So. Don't worry, it's plains things and you wouldn't go out there. I used to live... My house was, like, near a very big plains area, so... I hate the sound of that, though. No, wait, I shouldn't scare lightning pixels away. Good idea. It's okay, yeah, we would probably, like, live in a city or something, you know? Or near a city. I would have the we would just, you know what, let's just steal the creature house. The one in Denver. We'll just steal the one in Denver. That's the one the creatures had. kind of gotta go to the restroom, but I don't want to go to the restroom because then I'll get off from my computer. Get up from my computer, and I don't want to get up from my computer. Predicaments. Okay, this doesn't have extra shit in it, thank God. Thank God. You full? Almost. Okay, are these all real? I think they're all real. Cool. Watch my dollar bills. Your video that I saw was a very... Yeah, go for it. Do it. I think my favorite version of, like, explaining what Colorado is like is it's where you go when to retire. Where you go when you retire. Which is technically what my dad did, so. Open, open, open. Nice. Yeah, what game is this? This is Cash Cleaning Simulator. They're all marked? That's crazy. Are they all marked? They might all be marked, chat. Oh my god. I guess they don't care, though. Oh my god, no, I'm gonna have to start splitting the marked bills now. I don't wanna, because the machines don't check it, I don't think. I don't actually know. I don't actually know. You go in there? Yes. Take $2 more. Yes. Try them dollar bills. I'm gonna throw these over here. Sending me a crazy video that I had to share for Friday. Hell yeah. I wonder if the one that Noober Hacks or Nova always watches. Those are funny. Probably not though. But those are funny. I was told that these have to be moved. I don't know where do I want to move them though. I guess I could move them over here. Just move these bags somewhere else. But I like seeing my money. I moved the boxes. I think. Was the food eating itself? No, no. It was just different countries as superheroes. Much less interesting, I'd say. It's just his reaction to it was very funny. This song is cute. Yeet. Oh. Alright, come here, pallet mover. Can I just scoop it? Oh, I can't scoop it. Oh. It would have made me so happy if you could just scoop it. Zenon, thank you for the check-in. I hope you enjoy your first gold star. Your first gold star. It might be dangerous to put these boxes next to this, but it's okay. Yippee! Oh my god, it's Kesha. I love Kesha. She cool. God, I've never got one. What the fuck? Really? I mean, I don't know if I've ever received a gold star for anything, to be fair. But they're cute. It might be a fun bedtime watch with the pixels. Oh, yeah, probably. I usually decompress with like an hour of TikToks after stream. And I subject pixels to them because I need cuddles. I turn into a small hamster when I get off stream because I get very EP. Alright. Come here. I was a simple kid surrounded by amazing people. I think it makes you more amazing that you were around amazing people. Yeah, for thought of it that way, it's probably just a warning, but mostly funny. Yeah, it's fine. I watch longer TikToks. I just, when I'm on stream, I'm just like, I want to do stuff. I wish there was grid placement in this game. Oh yeah, we're bored. And now, while you're an amazing anime, yeah, this is true. Kiwi is correct. Oh my god, my eyes. I'm going blind. I don't fucking know where I'm gonna put this thing. I just have this thing, I guess. Put it here. Oh, my saran wrap fell. Alright. Give me my money. Go insane. No better. Make it rain. Ooh. This is about to hold a lot of fucking cash, chat. Make it rain. Let me see them hands. See them hands. I'm mega slouching. I'm mega EP. Oh my god, it can fit so much cash. God damn. Give me that one. What do you mean you won't give me that one? It's a singular bill. What? What do you mean? What do you mean you can't handle more bills? You clearly can. Elaine, do you have any music purchases? I plan on polluting your ears. Not really. You can play whatever you want. I have no restriction. That tank looks like one of those ticket tornadoes. Yeah, right? That's what I think. I closed that. I need to open it again. Ugh. Don't want cars on it fast, want it hard. It's me when I want to go sleep. Look at all that cash. And then you do that, and then it. Know exactly what I want and who I want to be. Alright, gotta change all of these to dollar bills. Dollar bills, dollar bills. Wait, we'll do 50s and then 20s. Let me take. Oh, I got it. Hold on. I got it. Sorry. The bot does that sometimes. That would be great. I think you can stay in there. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the remove from queue? Remove from queue there. Should I put a link inside? You can. Yeah, it does work better that way. But yeah, you can do whatever. What's wrong? This is a euro. Oh shit. I know why I want the other machines now. Okay, and oh fuck. Wait, how much was that? 8,000? Is this 8,000? How? What is a dry box? Oh shit! I moved my boxes. Thank you for the boo. Give me. Alright, so we have. What the fuck? It's got stuff in it. Get out of my sight, boy. What is yeet? I'm too afraid. It just yeets me across the screen. And then if I'm in the baby mode model, it takes me out of it. That's 8,000. 9,000. Peg. $1,600. Ah! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's the other dollar. Hello. I return. Thank you for the demonstration. That's 300. Where? Wait, what the fuck? How much money do I have for this thing? Some 10,000? 17,000. 1,300. 2, 3. That's 1,000. Read me a story. Okay, wait, can I finish this? Wait, can I finish this and I promise I'll read you a story? We can do like a bedtime story. Like 6,000. God damn, okay. Do like half though. Are these marked? Any of these marked? I can't tell. Might be a good way to wind out. Oh yeah, for sure. So let me shove all this money back in there. All right. I think I get another 1,000. And then, ooh, yes, please, I love stories. Yeah, we're gonna probably read a horror story because I usually read horror stories. God dang it. Okay, I think this is 8,000, 18,000, 17,000, 17,000. Horror story, even better. Yeah, we read from the No Sleep Reddit. What's wrong with it? Wait, what's wrong with it? Was it built well? What the fuck you mean it wasn't built well? Oh! My bad. My bad, my bad, my bad. Make sure. Yep. You good? English is too. It's my native language. I still question if that was the right spelling. Yes. I did it. A single delivery. Nothing else. No fake money. Yippee. I'll clean up this mess next time. Alrighty. Let's do this. And then we're gonna get the microphone. The microphone that reacts to my voice. That's not reacting to my voice right now. Fuck. Why is it not reacting to my voice? Chat. 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 There we go. There we go. I say as it does nothing. What the fuck? Banana phone. If I do that, will it work? It doesn't want to work. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I have so much to learn with VTube Studio. That's valid. That's valid. I'm here to help if you ever need help. All right. Go and do the no sleep Reddit. What do we got? They told me I was in a car accident. I remember something else. I want something big. My grandfather eats far too much. I now understand why my father forbade me from seeing him. Want a food one? I feel like we talked about food a good bit today. It's a pretty well-rated one, too. We'll do that one. Disclaimer, these could be good or they could be bad. I don't know. I'm reading them at the same... I'm learning... I'm unveiling these stories the same time as you are. So if they're bad, it's not my fault. And we experience them together. I don't know what I want to play. Just look up ambient music. Yes, please, that would be progress, of course. Oh shit, this is this audio? Okay, sure. Okay. Alright, let me bring my mic in. I need to get back to writing so I can get you to read some of my short stories. Hell yeah! Yeah, that'd be great. Okay. I always heard that asking about Grandpa was forbidden. The moment I uttered the word grandfather, Dad would snap. His eyes darkened, his jaw clenched, and every time I heard the same thing. He's no longer part of this family, period. I only saw Grandpa twice as a child. I was too young to remember much, just fragments. The smell of charred meat, smoke curling from his pipe bowl, and a silence that clung to the air like wet wool. The only thing I recall clearly is how enormous he seemed whenever he visited. Or maybe I was just too small? Mom would pull me away quick and firm. When I turned 18 and moved to the city for college, I found myself digging through Dad's old things during a rare quiet moment. Among bills and expired driver's license, I discovered a yellow envelope. Inside was a crumpled letter sent from a town called Loudle, a speck on the map 2 hours north. The return address read George and Marilyn Arder. At first, the names meant nothing, but George brought back the smell of smoke. That's my grandpa's name. Looking back now, I don't know why I went there, but I've always been curious and something pulled me towards that place. Forbidden fruit is sweet, right? So during break, I decided to meet my grandfather. I rehearsed my question, why were he and Dad estranged? What happened? But none of it mattered. Loudle was smaller than any town I'd seen. One gas station, one diner, and one grocery store, and houses scattered along winding roads like fallen teeth. The last stretch of the bus stop I walked. At the end of the gravel path, framed by bare trees and silence, stood a red wooden house. He opened the door before I could knock. "Good Lord Almighty," he boomed, grinning wide with crooked teeth. "Look who it is, my favorite grandson. God, it's good to see you." Grandpa was massive. His frame barely fit the doorway. He wore a brown flannel shirt stretched over his gut, the collar stained, and a thick pipe seemingly fused to his lips. His hug knocked the air out of me. Behind him stood Grandma. Her hair was neatly pinned, her sweater hanging loose as if years of worry had whittled her down to the bone. Her eyes met mine and didn't match her smile. They said, "What have you done?" Grandpa ushered me inside, clapping my back so hard I stumbled. The house smelled of smoke, meat, and something coppery brown. The furniture was old but sturdy, the kind that outlives generations. He gave me a tour, laughing and gesturing wildly, and I sat with them in the living room, dark from heavy curtains. Grandma brought me tea with trembling hands. The first few days were tolerable. Grandpa joked, smoked nonstop, and taught me wood carving. He told stories to neighborhood kids who trickled in after school, 2 or 3 at a time. He was what people called the life of the party, and he really was. I don't know how to explain it, but Grandpa had his magnetism. People just gravitated towards him. He was kind, genuine, and funny. His life stories were fascinating, and he clearly loved the attention. His pipe never leaving his mouth. Everything seemed normal, except for one thing: his appetite. He ate constantly, bacon by the pound, bread by the loaf, pies in single sittings. Once I watched him devour an entire rotisserie chicken and a pan of cornbread before dinner. He chewed loudly, wheezing, sweating, never stopping. Plates piled around him like building blocks, yet he always wanted more, licking plates, sucking grease from his fingers, gulping tea by the liter, nearly choking on it. Grandma brought out plates piled with pork, chops, sausages, whole chickens, gravy boats the size of bowls, and he inhaled it all, groaning with pleasure. His face gleamed with grease. He didn't chew so much as engulf, as if tasting was optional. "You always eat like this?" I asked, half joking. He grunted with his pipe and patted his belly. "Big man needs big meals." I figured he just needed a lot of food, but not this much. All day he only ate and smoked, barely able to move from his chair, just sitting in the kitchen waiting for the next massive meal. Hell, I don't think I've even eaten as much in my life as he did in one dinner. Still, evenings were fun until the hunger returned. One night, Grandma caught me alone in the hall while Grandpa snored like a bear in the next room. "You need to leave," she whispered, her face pale, lips cracked. "Riley's asleep tomorrow first thing." "But why?" She flinched at the sound of heavy footsteps. Grandma emerged from the shadow, pipe smoldering, eyes unreadable. "Everything all right?" "Just telling him about my childhood," Grandma answered too quickly. Grandpa stared at us in silence, as for the first time I felt afraid. The only light was his burning pipe, the only sound his labored breathing. He filled the hallway, his bulk swallowing the space. "This house has many stories," he finally rumbled before retreating to bed. I barely slept that night, between Grandpa snoring and the dread gnawing at me. Leave in a hurry, but why? By morning the fridge was empty. Grandpa sat at the table, licking his lips, breathing hard. "Where's that woman gotten to? Starving over here." Grandma returned with 3 bulging grocery bags, frantically unpacked them, cooking while Grandpa fidgeted, growling incoherently. I claimed I wasn't hungry, a lie. Watching him eat, devouring even the gristle, made me nauseous. Instead, I went to the store, chewing on Grandma's warning. Something about this was starting to scare me, especially in one thought. How does he eat so much? At his age, that obese, chain smoking, how is his heart still beating? At the store, the clerk and the woman were sitting tense, glancing at the windows. "Ben's lost another pig," the woman muttered. "6th one. Coyote? Bear?" the clerk asked vaguely. "When was the last time you saw a coyote, let alone a bear, around here?" Sorry," I cut in awkwardly. "Animals are disappearing?" "You new here, kid?" The woman sighed, recalling something grim. "First pigs, then goats, then chicken, even dogs. What's left is just bone, gnawed, split open, like something sucked out the brains, but no one's seen an animal do it. No blood, no tracks." Suddenly, I couldn't breathe. I was drenched in sweat. They didn't know what could do this, but I might. "And Grandpa?" He still laughed, smoked, told stories. Evenings, he'd call me to the porch, where kids gathered like moths to his booming voice. One older girl, maybe 10, sat at his feet and asked, "Mr. Arter, are you ever scared?" He looked at her and slowly smiled. "Only when the meat runs out," he said, laughing like it was a joke. The kids laughed too. I didn't. When I asked about the missing animals, Grandpa just chuckled with a mouthful of stew. "Wild times, huh? Make me feel young again." He played cards with me and the kids. Everyone adored him, but I grew uneasy around his bloated body, his yellow teeth gritting through smoke as he laughed into another story. Too good, too vivid, too scary. The kids leaned in, wide-eyed, while Grandpa basked in their attention. Until Grandma shakingly announced, "We're out of food. Nothing left. No meat, no eggs, not even flour. We can't." "Find more," Grandpa growled, pupils shrinking to pins. "I'm starving." He didn't move from his chair. Even when we went to bed, he stayed in the kitchen. Around 3 a.m., I woke up thirsty and flicked on the kitchen light, then nearly had a heart attack. Grandpa was still in his chair, trembling, staring at the same spot. His skin was pale, almost translucent, veins purple beneath. His pipe was gone. For the first time, I saw him without it, and that alone made me want to crawl into a corner. At first, I thought he was dead, but then he shook harder, sweat beading from his forehead. Grandpa, are you okay? I whispered. Get me food, boy. His voice held no trace of man I'd know, no warmth, just threat, something not human. I'll go to the store in the morning. Just sleep, Grandpa. Get me food. He didn't look up. I edged past him, turning off the light. All night, strange sounds came from below. Growls, wet slithering, the front door creaking. At dawn, Grandpa was gone and the door ajar. Grandma stood behind me, eyes red with fury and regret. Go, grandson. Now, he won't be satisfied with store food. Pack your things and leave. But what's wrong with Grandpa? How can he eat so much? You don't want to know what happens when he stops eating. She turned to leave, but froze at my next question. Why do you stay with him? If no one controls him, it gets much worse. That morning, the town buzzed with news. A boy had vanished overnight. Only bones were found, cleaned. Not a scrap of meat left. No animal could have done that. And I knew exactly what could. I returned to the house. Grandpa sat on the porch, pipe in teeth, smoke wreathing his head. His shirt was stained, worse than usual. He stared into nothing. Boy, he rasped, voice thick with smoke. Fetch me something from the store. Something was off that morning. His posture too rigid, eyes glassy, lips cracked, skin pale and swollen like raw meat. I mumbled an excuse and went to pack. Then I heard them arguing. The kids aren't coming tonight, he snarled. The kids are coming tonight, he snarled. They want stories. No, Grandma said, not this time. I'll call the police. You won't do shit. Then she screamed, not in fear, but in rage. I won't let you feed on them again. I backed away. I didn't want to know what that meant. Didn't want to see more. Dusk fell too fast. The kids arrived on foot, alone, drawn like moths. George waited on the porch, bloated, sweating, unable to rise. Blistered covers his hand, his jaw elongated. He still smiled, but not like before. Something inside him was pushing out. Grandma begged them to leave. You don't understand. This isn't a game. Go home, she wept. Please, Miss Arter, just one story, the kids pleaded. Get out now, she hissed. Let him be, Grandpa's voice growled from behind, making everyone jump. Kids want stories. He shut the door after them. Grandpa swelled, grotesquely glassy-eyed. He stared at them, his pipe forgotten. He didn't speak, couldn't stand. The kids giggled nervously in a semicircle. I watched helplessly, knowing something terrible was coming. Mr. Arter, one child said, don't tell our parents we came, okay? They banned us from going out, but we need your stories. I won't tell, Grandpa gasped, clutching his chest. Won't tell. Then I saw it, his shirt ripping, hands swelling, mouth unhinging wider than possible. He collapsed from his chair onto all fours. The kids screamed, so did I. His arm melted, fat dripping like candle wax. His distended belly dragged to the floor. Blisters erupted across his skin. God help me. His face slid into a wet, jagged grin of meat and fangs. Grandma stepped behind him and stepped between him and the kids, gripping a fireplace poker, her eyes darting to me. Run. No more, George, she said. If you want meat, take me. He didn't hesitate. One swift motion, her head vanished into his maw. The kids rushed to the door, but it was locked. They pounded, shrieking. I stood frozen, praying this wasn't real, but it was. Grandpa, now slithering mountain of hunger, gurgled, hissed, and dragged his bulk towards the children. I wish I could say that I helped, but I couldn't. I vomited at the sounds, couldn't even look. Finally, I moved both into the attic, heart hammering. I stayed there, shaking, gasping, as the sounds filled with the sounds of slaughter. Chewing, crunching bones, one voice then another, then silence. Sniffing, scratching, something huge lumbered down the hall, snuffling, muttering. I pressed into the rafters, too afraid to cry. Hours stretched into centuries, then a wet, slurping voice. Boy, come back, feed your grandpa. I smell you. I buried myself in dust, shadows, praying to disappear. I stayed until the silence returned and dawn crept in. I crept downstairs, stepping over bones and blood. Grandpa was gone. Only a greasy stain remained where he'd fallen. The house reeked of death. I vomited down my pants. Then I ran until the road turned to asphalt. Didn't stop, even at headlights. I told no one, not the police, not the townsfolk. I don't know what happened after, where Grandpa went. I returned home, couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. I vomited, cried, and had nightmares of that night. Months later, at breakfast, I met my dad's eyes and asked, "Why didn't you tell me?" He stared into his coffee. "I hoped you never go there," he said softly. "You weren't supposed to know that address. Guess blood calls to blood." "What's that mean?" He looks up, eyes bitter. "You're not my son." Silence fell like snow. I mean, you are my son. I raised you. I love you, but you're not mine. George brought you as a baby, said he found you by the river. I didn't ask, didn't want to know, but your real parents? What happened to them? He swallowed. George got hungry. That's all you need to know. And you? How did you live with him? We moved town to town, keeping him fed, but it was never enough. When I was 16, we settled down in Laudwell. A month later, he brought you. I escaped with you. He stayed for 18 years. Now I live with that truth, try to forget, but some nights I wake tasting ash and smoke. I hear news reports, missing animals, missing people. I lock the windows. The guilt eats me alive. Those kids, I knew. I could have stopped it, could have spoken up, but I was scared. And like that, like the nightmares, will haunt me forever. I like that. That was a good-ass story. I like that. Sorry that I missed your guys' conversation. I was very engrossed in that. That was actually a really good story. That was a good one. Gross, but I liked it. It was good. It was good. Upvote. 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 Upvote it, chat. Upvote. Smile. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I hope you enjoyed that story time. I will now go to bed because I am eepy. But if you'd like to hear more stories, Taylor, thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoyed this story and I hope you come around again. We'll be back here tomorrow. And Xenon, they're also in the Discord. I don't know if you're in my Discord, but they're also in my Discord if you want to chat there as well. But I hope you guys have a wonderful night. I love you guys so much. We have to go raid somebody. We're gonna go raid, I don't know who we're gonna raid. I had fun, Queen. Thank you. No worries. Thank you for that story. Of course. That was fun. That was fun. I had a good time. Hold on. Let me play some normal music. Ooh, Alchemist. We'll go raid the Alchemist. They're coloring Sanic! A Sanic character. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out with me. Here is the raid. And here is the raid message. You don't have to use the raid message, but if you can, I'd appreciate it. Because then they know where you came from. And they know that the buds from the milk clubs are coming to hang out. But I love you guys a lot. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day or night, depending on what time it is for you. I will see you guys again tomorrow. For some more art stuff and then a collab. We're going to play Pilgrim. Alright, go have fun over there. I love you guys a lot. Have a great motherfucking night. Mwah! Good night. Goodbye!